gets out of the car. I'm noticing some minor glitches in this version that weren't in the original. Yeah, again, by being a clunkier game, it's a kind of a better stealth game. What the fuck? Never seen that one before. Where you have healing powers? And what? It's time! Pizza time! Shuts the door. Oh. Finally back to kick some tail. Coconut gun can fire in spurts. If he shoots you, it's gonna hurt. He's bigger, faster, and stronger too. He's the first member of the DK. I'm hungry now. God damn. I've saved the game.
I'll offer you a delicious egg in this trying time.
Egg. Chat is just egg now. Fuck. A story. Oh no, the egg is taking over. This is actually cool. Yeah, that gets out of the car. I'm noticing some minor glitches in this version that weren't in the original. problem solved. Shut this door. Oh. Through the window. Wow, I'm enjoying it. God, I'm by death. A lot of visual information. It's This is better than what I was going to play.
I fucking love this. This is so terrible.
It just goes dark. Shoots him. It's he's bigger, faster, stronger too. He's the first member of the deacon. That's right, I've got one. Like my grandfather gave me a hedgehog piece. I don't know why he did that. Fine. Don't think about it too hard. Don't think about it too hard. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything is fine. I'm the elite sniper. Don't you know? The elitist. Snipers. Oh. Elite. Stacks the side stream. Elite sniper. Change the eye. One marshmallow, 2 marshmallow, 3 marshmallow, 4 marshmallow, Is this what you want from me? Every stream just start with this. This bag of marshmallows isn't even half empty and it's falling apart at this point. Oh god, one of the bits is hard. Oh. Anyway, welcome to Disco's Medium. I forgot the plugin again, didn't I? Okie dokie, time to fix the plugin quick. Ah! No, well, it won't take long, I'm used to it at this point. I've balked this so many times. Anyway, let's watch as we find religion for a bit. Hold on. And Dunsky. Apologies. Every time. I'm here. I'm detective. Hi, friend.
What is it?
Boone is still hunched over the keyboard, gently illuminated by the purring machine. Yeah, last time I hacked a computer, and that's how I make friends, apparently. I didn't break anything, did I?
No, you just printed out my personal log and wasted some paper.
You the lead programmer of Withal Untethered by any chance?
Yes. Or, no. Not anymore. That project is dead.
She doesn't seem surprised to be recognized. Rather sad. Something passes over her face before she straightens her back.
But other than that, who are you? What are you doing here?
I am Soona Luukkanen-Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and RSA radios. I have over 16 years of programming experience, and I'm proficient in both Vox and Orbis languages. If you're not here to hire me, I don't really know how I can help you.
He turns back to the terminal.
Did she say over 16 years of experience? She must have started programming when she was still a teenager.
Have you seen anyone suspicious? Woman named Ruby?
What? No. No one's suspicious around here.
She has not seen her, sire. 'Tis true.
Have you seen the Crab Man?
No?
Like, you know he's around?
Yes.
He's seen you.
And?
And the Crab Man has seen you.
I don't care. I don't care about crab men.
He barely looks up, tinkering with the machine's printer. I love that they just can't call him the Spider-Man, so they just stick with the crab thing.
Wow, she really doesn't. Not afraid, this one.
Why are there so many machines in this place?
I brought them here. These are my machines. Please don't touch anything.
Why do you need an antenna?
I use the AR-1 as my RAIM prefect's processing unit.
Wait, what?
RAIM prefect. My radio computer.
And that antenna is its processing unit?
Yes? You really don't know anything about radio computers, do you?
I know a little.
All right. Well, all radio computers perform operations up on air. So in order to gain more processing power, you need to invest in a good antenna.
And the R1, is it a good antenna?
I guess it is. So far, I've been quite satisfied with it. Martinez is an unstable region with bad coverage, and the operation has been surprisingly stable. But it's not the cheapest one on the market, so I wouldn't recommend it for your regular red tape operations. Fraser 1000 is a foolproof line for civilians. Anyway, you should do some research before you decide to buy anything. Ask around, compare the prices. There are many milieus dedicated to that sort of thing.
Yeah, she's definitely got a special interest, huh?
She liked telling me this. It calmed her nerves.
What are you doing with it?
I'm working.
The machine seems almost alien with its pulsing core. The light casting her face in a strange shadow.
Working on what?
Could you just shh for a moment? Or get to the point. I really need to focus on something.
It's not just rudeness. It really is hard to concentrate on whatever she needs to do. And you're not helping.
I really need to know what the bowls of water are over there.
They are connected to my RAIM prefect. Whatever you do, just please don't move them, okay?
Okay.
Thanks.
Not touching anything. Next question.
Great.
Why are you in an abandoned church?
You really like those questions, don't you?
Hint of amusement in their tired eyes.
They're bloodshot. She really hasn't been getting much sleep lately, has she?
I'm a police officer. It's my job to ask questions.
I'm conducting scientific research here. You can't throw me out.
Says ready to stand her ground. What research?
I'm looking for the location of a 2mm hole in the world.
Okie dokie. That's... Okay.
Wait, what? She's looking for a disruption in the radio waves. That's what her personal log said.
Yeah, no, she's looking into that sounder zone.
The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything.
Is the hole connected to the data loss in your journal?
Yes, that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated than that.
What exactly do you mean by hole in the world?
Exactly. What does it mean? Up to now, it has been impossible to say what it is because it's impossible to measure nothing.
Something frantic about how she locks her gaze with you, eyes shining like pearls.
What do you think it is? What qualities does nothing have? How do you measure something that does not exist?
She's suddenly absorbed in the conversation, waiting for your answer. It's dawning on me that maybe I scared people off by loudly eating marshmallows into the microphone and, get good. Okay. She's suddenly absorbed in the conversation, waiting for your answer.
Easy. You measure it by the world around it.
You measure it by collecting data on its surroundings, on that which exists.
Exactly. Very true. That's what I've been aiming for. That's why I have those basins. I've tried using hydro transducers to record the silence, to find out where it begins. But honestly, it's not progressing very well.
You're silent, staring at her circle of basins like some ancient wall.
But does it have anything to do with necroplasmic life forms? Ghosts, in everyday parlance.
Does it have anything to do with ghosts?
Ghosts? No, I don't think so. I don't believe in ghosts.
What about other supernatural entities?
I don't believe in them either.
What not may know is necroplasma exists.
Great. What are we talking about? And why?
He's not keen on my theory, huh? Do you have any idea on where the hole is located?
Somewhere underneath those roof beams, I assume.
He looks up, eyes trying to pierce the pitch black heights above, but without much success.
Only a faint crisscross of rafters can be made out from the dark. Most of the tower disappearing into the shade. Strange things may flourish in the dark.
Hey there.
There's this place at the back of the church. A place where all audible vibrations seem to decease. I've named it the Swallow. And the higher you go, the less you record.
The Pillar of Silence? Are you sure it's not just an architectural quirk?
Maybe, but it's oddly close to the physical coordinates of the data loss that led me to this place.
This is where the Crabman lives.
I know.
You don't think the Crabman might be somehow responsible here?
No, I don't.
You think he...
She sounds mildly annoyed by this line of questioning. Her hands typing hundreds of commands into the machine.
The thing I want to say is just, why have you not asked the weird crab dude who lives here for help? I mean, I know he's a bit hard to talk to, but, like, he lives here. He climbs the building. He probably can help you, right? Look, now that research isn't going well, why not?
Because it's just trial and error. Trying to locate the Swallow, the exact point in space. And I don't have a... You know what? It would be really helpful if you could just stop talking and let me work.
Okay, I guess that's all I wanted to know about that.
Great. Thanks.
How do you feel about anodic dance music?
What? I hate it.
She squints her eyes. I mean... Okay, that was quick. Why do you hate it?
Maybe I'd have to be on drugs to get it, but to a sober mind it just sounds like uninspired rug whipping. No idea what it has to do with either dancing or music.
Right, but how do you feel about a club for anodic dance music?
This is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it?
She looks
I've
up,
got
shaking
some
her
news
head.
for you. It's not a nightclub they want to build here.
what they want to build, then...
Take a guess, why don't you?
I heard they're also planning on building a drug lab.
Bingo! That's exactly what they're up to.
Ah, wonderful.
Lieutenant whispers, admiring the embellished pillars and the spectacular architecture of the church.
Now this house of worship is also going to be a drug lab. Always something fascinating happening in towns.
I do not have anything to say in support of the drug lab.
So that's settled. Great. No nightclubs in the church then.
Okay, I am...
The swallow, you mean?
Nothing additional.
Great.
I'll let you
Thanks.
work in peace. Yes. Yeah, she's not happy and she's here already. Also, I really should offer Dolores Day some action figures.
The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious and complex wax painting on a single pane of glass. A crack runs across the length of her body, her face oval and sad.
Looks like I can't give this figurine to her,
Why?
because she's a stained glass window.
That does seem to be a problem. Maybe you meant something else?
Like, what, is the tusk still on?
I don't know. What are we thinking of? Part of your mind has gone on to other things already. Only a strange little sadness remains. The mother of humanism towers above you.
Well, I, guess I'll work out what to do about that later, then. Ah, there's some nothing. Seems a bit less nothingy. Might be... So, you know, do people know how sound reducing headphones work? Because generally how those work is they will basically just counteract sound in the same way that that lady was talking about with the those cryptids made of sound. Like, you can just sort of, like, deflect it back. Play the same sound and it pretty much cancels itself out, which doesn't necessarily work on that scale in real life, but does work for, like, repeating background noise, which the sound of headphones can record and basically put into their incorporate into the sound in a way that will prevent those sounds, basically. It's quite clever. It's also maybe what's causing that, although if it is in fact an architectural quirk like Kim believes. I also have got to talk to all these dudes.
A young man with peroxide blonde hair holds up a Harman Walshy tape player, nodding along to the music. He looks at you with a knowing smile and says, as though you're supposed to be sharing some tremendous evangelical secrets,
Hardcore!
Say nothing.
Hardcore!
Still say nothing.
Hardcore to the mega!
Alright.
Here comes the night!
could there have been a right way out of this garden of forking paths, you think?
Solve the egghead puzzle. Okay.
The young man with the...
This is hardcore.
Is it?
It's hardcore!
You're just gonna keep... I don't know what to say to that.
Skibberdee, skibber danger. I am the rearranger.
Your cop training did not prepare you for this. What to do?
Yeah, no, I might need to, I need all my strongest tools for this one. I need my rhetoric to be maximized. I need my logic jacket. I need to be a dramatic motherfucker. Gloves. I'm... You know what? Just... I'm... Electrochemistry might help. Let's tighten my jeans. Those are taking away my drama. No glasses for... Oh god, the glasses. I need the glasses. I need them. I need to cover his eyes. Let's put on some empathy shoes and a die.
Back to the heavyweight jam.
As the young man with the tape player had large Bradero boots, lung-shaped tree sprout on his silver belt buckle.
Hardcore!
Say nothing.
Hardcore!
But is it? I mean, really?
Yeah!
This young man adds a capital G before the H in his yegs and args. This produces a guttural, Gotwaldian accent and makes him sound more animal, more in it.
Puzzles.
Or maybe it's not Gotwaldian. Maybe it's Oranese. Probably an homage to Oranje, where Arno van Eyck is from, judging by his name. Could you be listening to an Arno van Eyck creation right now?
So this is the famous Van Eyck I'm hearing?
You know about him?
Moves his mouth, but the sound doesn't come out. His eyes are the size of saucers. Looks like you've rendered him speechless.
You know Van Eyck?
Yeah, if Ryden Cell mentioned him.
Good, good.
The Advent?
Oh, I've got to
Big
be a...
clothes. True, hard, full, hardcore, yeah!
This young man adds a... Or maybe...
You know about?
You know
I
Van
think
Eyck?
I have to be a major Ike head.
Wow.
The skinny wraith looks at you with some disbelief.
So am I! So am I!
He begins to shake his head so everyone would understand.
Oh, is that why they call you Egghead? Because...
Andre almost falls over backwards with the realization.
Egghead to the mega! The K became the G! The boy became the man!
Oh, he's an Achehead. Ah!
The Advent? We're close. True, hard, full, car! Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega! Internally coherent.
I was wondering if you knew who killed the mercenary hanging behind the Whirling Rags hostel.
Good morning, yeah! 1, 2, 3, Yeko Qatar, the place to be!
7-4, isn't it Qatar, the place to be? What does that mean?
Yeko Qatar is a hardcore place!
Yeko Qatar is an abbreviation from the Gradian term, Zone of Ecological Catastrophe, an agricultural megaproject in the extreme southeast of the Gradian Isola. It involved cutting-edge approaches to irrigation and a completely new type of fertilizer. An intricate system of irrigation networks pockmarking the earth, intermittent seas of phosphorus mud, ripped tarpaulin fluttering in the wind. A pair of molten rubber boots also comes to mind. All in all, a truly hardcore place.
We're close.
The young man with the tape player.
True, hard, full, hardcore! Hardcore to the neck, internally coherent.
I'll say nothing.
All core! All right! Yeah!
Say nothing.
He furrows his brow as his very large head traces the sublime invisible movement of the music in the very real air of the stuffy tent.
Hardcore! Ah!
But no, but seriously, I'm a little worried it isn't.
The question is, what is the question?
That would have been good if I had asked you a question, but I didn't. No, it's just idiotic.
But there was a question?
What is the question?
We're close. True. Hardcore, internally coherent. All core. All right. Yeah.
Please tell me exactly, what exactly are you doing?
Gotta get the people going.
Why?
I'm the party boy. It's my job.
What is a party boy?
Hardcore party 25/7 beyond the winter's orbit style.
There is a place far away in Cutler, beyond a certain latitude, known as Winter's Orbit, where there are 25 hours in a day. It is a tremendously cold place, abandoned to drunks and failed rock stars, full of eternite, depression, and half-finished ski-flying hills. The Suru live there.
See, I am finding
Big
out
clothes.
stuff from this
True,
bizarre
hard,
nonsense.
full, hardcore, internally all core.
He furrows his...
Hardcore.
So hardcore!
Is it though?
I was just thinking out a moment ago. He stops dead in his tracks.
One mind, one spirit. There's no other world. There's no other life. We're close. True. Hardcore. Internally. All
He furrows.
hardcore. Is it though?
It is!
But is it? I mean, really?
His head is that. The question is, what is the question?
No, but seriously, I'm a bit worried it isn't.
Frowns and starts bobbing his head back and forth once more.
The skin on your back is crawling. For a second, you can't even hear the music anymore. There is a hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gislain, right next to the canal. Don't be alarmed. Everything is okay. He isn't actually worried. Everything is still super hardcore. What he probably means is, it could be even more so.
Said you were worried. What do you think is wrong with the music?
There's nothing wrong with it. I'm still in love with the hardcore.
Turns pensive all of a sudden.
Sometimes I just feel like anodic music is in its infancy, you know? For example, take this Arno van Eyck jam I've been pumping for the last month, and will continue pumping for the rest of 51. Isn't something holding it back
Pumping it.
from being hyper?
Thinks for a moment, then his expression clears.
It's like it's only ultra.
I think it's super hardcore, but you're right. It's not hyper hardcore.
Yeah, it's only ultra hardcore.
It is, isn't it? I knew it.
I was in agreement.
But how could it become harder core? I know the answer in my heart, but cannot think it in my head. If this is not hyper, how could anything be?
I don't think if anyone could make it harder core.
What? Guys, there's something happening in his head.
As your mind works, the beat recedes from your ears. You hear your own blood pulsing through your head, nourishing your thoughts with oxygen. The rhythm is familiar.
Feel the movement of blood through your head.
The abstract shapes swelling in the foreground have done so in vain. This is a core matter. The answer, in the double kick that moves the milliliters through your mind. The dark thud is the source of all rhythm, the inspiration behind mathematics. The hardcore.
Think even harder.
Oh yeah! He's doing it!
But you're not. This is almost certainly a matter that surpasses the limits of reason.
My imagination tells me.
I know! So does mine!
He laughs and shakes his head.
But there's something else that hasn't failed you.
That was actually like a question. I thought the question was, what is the question?
No! This is the answer!
I have just remembered something. I'm the police.
Uh-huh.
Actually, it's more like to hinder us.
Oh.
I can't help you something. I need something extra.
Yeah!
Oh. Are you a thought reader?
No nation, but transnation! No war, but class war!
Does that... so you're not a thought reader, you're a communist?
He's not a communist. It's just something he likes to yell. He picked it up from a tape jockey at the Elysium. She was a communist, though.
Yeah! With a rebel yell!
But why aren't you a communist? I missed the truth.
I can be a communist! If you want that, do you want me to be a communist?
Please don't turn him into a communist. Oh yeah, turn him into a communist. Come on, it would be super.
Don't be a communist. That path is hardcore.
Aye!
No, I wanted you to... You guess you won't become a communist after all. Damn it, no, be a communist!
Please don't turn him in... Oh yeah, turn him into a communist. Come on, it would be super.
Be a communist, egghead. Future needs your help.
Aye!
He yells. You guess he is a communist now?
I can be a communist!
If please don't... Oh yeah, turn him
Don't
into
be a communist. But what am I saying? Of course be a
It would be
communist.
super.
Aye!
He yells. I guess that means I've communized a man. I could just tell him to and he just does it. I can uncommunist him as well. That's very funny. Does that mean you're a thought reader?
Don't be a lunatic. Of Of course he isn't. Jermaine here just yells random things. Odds are, sooner or later one of them will come off as fault reading.
Yeah! Reversion imperative!
Unless you were thinking Reversion imperative right now. Anyway, I've had a similar thing happen with eggs yelling. I know what you mean.
Oh, no, this is fun, though. But I was thinking Reversion imperative.
That's fucked up, man. Lying like that. And a cop, too.
They didn't believe me! There's something else I can.
Communism rules the nation!
He looks at you, always a positive wide shining grin, looking to see if you approve. Right. Ryan, comrade, luminary.
Here comes the sun!
You could swear you feel the bright future of the working classes reflected of Jermaine Egghead's giant smile and right onto your face. Revolution makes your toes curl in anticipation.
Is your real name Jermaine?
Dark Code Hardcore! Jermaine Egghead!
Jermaine Egghead, okay.
Basically, yes it is.
Why are there lungs on your belt buckle?
Lungs are for love!
Why would lungs be for love?
When Dolores Day was anointed innocence, her lungs started glowing through her body. For the world loved her, and she loved it back. Yeah!
Bourgeois love from a bourgeois god queen towards a world looking rapidly more bourgeois. That's lungs for you. Fucking... I've got to teach him the communism.
Objectively, it was good for its time. And they sort of screwed it up after she passed, like they always do. Don't listen to that retrograde class warrior, Egg.
Well, I need to get my physical instrument going.
Alright! Here comes the night!
He really is just yelling shit, huh? He really do be just saying things. He really is just saying stuff. Okay, I need to boost my physical instrument. I need to get buff and fast. And there will be ways to do this. I gotta get ripped. This works. Also, I miss my hat. See, but I miss Froggy Hat. Yeah, not much I can do about physical instrument right now.
The large-headed youth.
Good morning, comrade.
But
yeah.
Oh. He says communist stuff. He shouts, apparently unaware of the time of day. Okay. Hey, chat. All potentially one of you. I feel like there might be more of you. The chat lies. I'm gonna press the button now. Please boost physical because I want to make this man do things. I need to make it hardcore. It's important. You understand? I need the hardcore. Must have the hardcore. This is all completely pointless, by the way. I'm supposed to be exploring a boardwalk, but...
You know it in your lungs where the pressure should vibrate.
Thank you.
In your heart that's alone. And in your solar plexus where the hits should land. So does every chordate animal.
Needs more bass.
What?
Yeah, man, with a sudden move, he's about to turn the volume down. That'd be ridiculous. And a melody. A good melody is what makes the song really stick so that you can't get out of your head anymore. Point at your head.
Wow, okay. We should start with the melody. But where would we get that stuff from?
I don't know. I was thinking you'd know.
I'm sorry. I don't know anything about Nordic music. I'm just the party boy. I get the people going and say it's hardcore.
He feels ashamed he can't be of more service to the future of dance music.
Okay. I'll see if I can come up with something of my own. A citizen investigation.
The young man falls silent with appreciation. He even tries to contain his smile, as if it could hinder your investigation.
Basically, what you need to find here is a tape with some banging music on it, so that Egghead could use it to remix Fan 8's jam.
I mean, good call, Andre.
Yeah. Maybe that street hawker across the pawn shop has got some tapes to sell. That's just an idea.
Potentially not.
There is a hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gislain, right next to the canal. A reel of magnetic tape is caught in its branches, like bronze ribbons blowing in the wind.
In there.
Oh, I know! I know this! I can tell you where it is!
St. G is the boulevard before the canal bridge. The one that takes you to the whirling in rags and the industrial harbour. It's got the lanterns and the...
I knew that! I could have said that!
And the mosaic sidewalk.
But it's all blocked with that stupid traffic jam right now. Anyway.
It feels cold.
Does it?
Take it off.
Anyway, that's all yours to figure out, Copman.
Oh, that's fun. I'm psychic.
Copman!
I have tape with me.
Tape! Yeah! Spin
No,
tape until
no,
it
not
breaks
that
the
one.
tape.
Not that
Yeah!
tape. No, that's a bad tape to use. No, I'm not using that one.
Forever.
Thanks, Egghead. Goodbye. Fuck. You can feel it. This music is getting so much harder. I just need to find tapes. Also, Backyard Wall, I maybe boosted that by...
So you had a talk with Andre, and now you want to discuss things with Noid. Good.
Begins shows through the holes in the Speed Freak's too large sweater. In front of him, an open toolbox full of carpentry tools and parts.
It's good you talked to Andre first. Gave me time to get a reading on your sign. Can't really talk to people before you get a reading.
He runs his hand through his hair, which he's combed back in mock seriousness and is fiddled with some gears. I saw a sticker on the padlock. Can you tell me anything about it?
A sticker? You mean the yellow one? Can you describe it to me?
It's this one. Are you familiar?
Seems like my creation has found its way into the legal bureaucracy. What did you want to ask about it?
What's it supposed to be?
A dead guy smiling.
And what does it mean? Why is the dead guy smiling?
He defeated history. We are living in the age of history, and in the eyes of history, we are always already dead. How can we ever smile then? Because history is a lie, and so are its deaths.
What?
The present moment and life are the hardcore. The hardcore expels death. Or maybe he's not dead. Maybe he's just really ecstatic about the beats.
Yeah, you're bullshitting, got
Or
ya?
drugged out of his mind, come to think of it.
He could also be drugged out of his mind. I think he made inspired dead guy as a symbol for communism. It's also dead, but doesn't care.
Yeah, that interpretation holds.
I think we've exhausted the subject for now.
I guess one could write an entire treatise on the thing. But what for?
Tell me about the machines you saw in the church.
Weird stuff. Specialised. There was a data processor and some sort of long-wave machinery. Wires going into water. Gives off a spy sign. Or some fucked-up Samaran science sign. You know, the kind that goes head first into the supernatural.
What's wrong with the supernatural?
Nothing's wrong with it. You should definitely be researched. You can still do sick shit with it, though.
The sickest. That's perhaps why it should be researched.
Thanks, Inland. Supernatural. Do you think it's real? That it actually exists?
Most of it doesn't exist. But there's also stuff that isn't allowed to exist. Because the moralists think it's too dangerous for the plebs. Psionic powers, pale-related diseases, pretenders pretending to be human, folk rights, that kind of stuff.
But why are you called Noid?
The hardcore aesthetic is esoteric. It's not meant to be discussed with the law at this moment.
He picks up some sort of a widget.
It's not easy to reach a harmonic resonance of signs without some adjustment.
Does this mean we need sign matching?
Yes, further sign matching would do good for us. One way to achieve this would be by getting us into the church.
And, signs are?
Yeah, gotta compare. See if we can align.
Interesting.
I suck at socialising, man. Even now, our sign synchronisation is way off. But I'll see what I can do.
What about now? Are they good now?
Nah. Still strongly out of sync. Stage gamma disalignment.
What?
You heard me.
He examines the small metal bot in his hand. I guess.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
He looks inside. The teacher's hair is sharp and white. The bleach has consumed almost all of the toothbrush on the mirror in front of him. About the church, I checked it out.
And? What happened?
Well, I talked to the crab man.
Oh, man. Who is he? What did you think?
He gave me this odd lecture on alcoholism before rambling on and on about mother's love.
Really? Huh. Interesting. What's he doing in the church?
Just preaching and praying from the looks of it.
No matter. Is he going to be a problem?
Yeah. Noid is right. Let's get back to the point. What are we going to do about him?
These guys will never catch him. You will never catch him. There's nothing to do.
He keeps himself physically active, thinks spiritual thoughts, and doesn't drink. Who am I to evict such a person?
But he's likely up to no good. He's a crab man. A menace to society.
I doubt that. Besides, I'm pretty sure it's impossible to catch him climbing up there.
I don't know, man. Doesn't it feel like a major hindrance to you? A spooky guy climbing around when all the guests are trying to have nice, friendly hyper time?
You're just gonna have to live with the crab man.
I guess it's not a massive problem, now that I think of it.
Everyone is welcome to dance till the morning light. Yeah!
Maybe. I guess we'll figure something out. Okay, but what about the other spooker? The one in Grandma's clothes? Did you see her?
I was in the mainframe when Suna, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident, appeared.
A programmer? That's odd. What was she like? Did you ask her about the nightclub?
She did not like the anodic dance club idea.
What a pity. That's my favourite thing in the world. And
Dropped
she
his hand.
doesn't like it at all.
A shame. What can we do now? Do you see a way out of this jam? And into a laser-lit future of dance and unity?
Unity! Dance!
She made it very clear she won't leave until her own project is finished.
And you can't just evict her?
I won't evict her. We have to come up with a different solution.
Look at you, honour man.
No, Noid. He's right. Maybe we've approached it the wrong way after all. I'm sure there's a workaround. We can make a deal not to bother her. If that's okay with her, we only want to get in the church and spread the joy and ecstasy of music.
The lines in the dark exist. Coexist.
At least Crabman seems like an advanced being. He's hard. He'll understand.
Yeah, he can do his climbing thing in the tower. And the programmer, does she like anodic dance music?
She absolutely does not. Really, truly despises it.
Egghead cannot believe what you just said. It makes him pump the jam a little slower for a moment, but then he returns to the full swing of it.
No worries. We'll figure it out. If coexisting fails, you can always muscle her out, right? If it's all okay with you, what do you think?
Perhaps if you drop the drug lab, it might make it easier to convince her.
Oh, man! But the drug lab was like an integral part of getting the club going.
Dude!
For me, it was my favourite part. Chemistry's great. Besides, imagine all the drugs we could do if we had our own drug lab. I mean, anodic music is great and all, but drugs, they make you feel really good. When did you last feel really, really good?
Excitement bubbles up in you. Maybe you should blast some of these drugs right here in this tent.
Never. I've never felt good in my entire life.
But that's exactly what drugs are for. Exactly. Time to expand your mind.
I refuse to throw her out, but I can try convincing her.
Excellent. Good luck, my friend.
Okay, that's
Goodbye, officer.
what I got for now. Fuck, man. Kim.
Yes?
Sorry, Kim. Things are... Oh, they ain't...
Hello again.
Sorry. That's it for now, I think. Wait a minute. Hold on, I forgot this was a thing. Huh. Anyway, it's getting quite late, actually. Oh dear, I'm gonna have to go, Hold on. Is this affected by my perception? I think the length of distance I can see might be affected by my perception. I'm just gonna up all my perception stats as much as I can quick. Not by much, but no, it's to do with the night, isn't it? Never mind. I'm definitely noticing shit during the night if I need to. I think... Oh, hold on. Hello. There's a blob on the door. You're always closed for today. Time to put the kids to sleep. Yeah, I guess. Guess that is how these things go, huh?
It's getting cold. This late in the night. Time to call it a day.
Night, Kim.
Good night, officer.
Oops.
We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
Well, Kim teleported away. Time for me to go to bed. And by go to bed, I mean, I'm gonna...
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it,
Not sure shaving was the right call.
an old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, such as it is. A regular, clean-shaven police officer.
I did think I maybe gave up some of the disco. Maybe I shouldn't have given up the disco. Anyway, I've got some reading to do quick. Small green book. Apparently you can use pale for
Medicinal purposes of the pale. The cover of this heavy tome features a number of esoteric symbols.
Open the book.
Flipping through the book, you find a number of sections on the general benefits of the pale. A large pharmacopoeia makes up nearly half of the book.
What's a pharmacopoeia?
You come across the following explanation. While modern pharmacopoeia are continually updated by so-called experts based on the results of clinical trials, readers will find assembled here the timeless wisdom relied upon by generations of traditional Seolite medicine practitioners, Mesk mystics, and Ilmaran folk doctors.
Bullshit.
It's all quackery, in other words.
Thanks, Encyclopedia.
Finally, something to calm the angry spirits that have been plaguing you.
Finland, no!
It seems to contain descriptions of the medicinal properties of various ingredients that may be gathered from the pale, as well as instructions for producing a variety of herbal remedies.
Anything in about restoring lost memories?
There are a number of Seolite tonics that promise to improve your short-term memory, but nothing that speaks to your condition.
Anything about curing an apocalyptic hangover?
There's nothing in here that speaks to hangovers directly. However, while browsing through the various descriptions, you become convinced that you could assemble something from the ingredients listed here. Want to give it a shot?
Okay, book. Let's see what you got.
First, you need to choose a base ingredient.
Ginger roots. You'll like ginger root.
Next, you'll need to combine the base ingredient with an appropriate vehicle.
Mash it together in a paste with some aloe vera extract.
Lastly, is there anything else you'd like to add?
A spoonful of sugar.
The ginger and aloe vera make this poultice ideal for the treatment of arthritis. It won't do anything for your hangover, though.
Damn.
Be that as it may, it might have been useful to have such a thing for the trials you'll soon be facing. It's a shame you can't get your hands on these ingredients. Would you like to try again?
Yeah, give it another shot.
Very well. First, Choose a base ingredient.
Common meadow rue, I think I get my hands on.
Next, you'll need to combine the base ingredient with an appropriate vehicle.
Whiskey, I guess it has to be whiskey. Whiskey's all I've got.
Lastly, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Maybe ginseng? I think I can get ginseng root.
You've created a delicious tincture of whiskey and ginger. According to the pharmacopoeia, it should increase your energy and focus, though, in your experience, it's only done the opposite. If only you could find one of these right now and drink the shit out of it. The book said it's good for you, so it would be okay. Would you like to try again?
Now this
You close the book and find yourself staring at the familiar cover once more.
Nah, there's not going to be even a single thing that works correctly in that, is there? Okie dokie. Let's read a children's counting book.
You hold in your hand the colourful primer. The title reads, A Primer for Small Kids. There's a bear involved.
Exactly what I need.
This book will show you the score, get you oriented with those basic concepts you appear to be hazy on. The anthropomorphic bear will give you the lowdown of your life.
On what?
The alphabet.
Good-o.
Every page has one word designating one letter of the alphabet with a faded illustration. Most of them are scientific and cultural principles. It goes as follows.
Let's do it.
A is for azimuth. B is for Boreas. C is for cosine. D is for diamite. E is for ellipse. F is for phlogiston. G is for gamete. H is for homeboy. I is for econ. J is for Eura. K is for collapse. L is for laudanum. M is for myriad. N is for nadir. O is for aureole. P is for perihelion.
Not stoically.
Q is for quasar. R is for rhododendron. S is for sinus. T is for tricolor. U is for ultra. V is for vector. W is for Wahrheit. X is for xylophone. Y is for Ustava. Z is for zenith.
That's it.
That's it. You know the alphabet now.
Rad. I know the alphabet now, and it's construction of a bunch of things I don't understand. Terrific. Okay, 16 coldest days of April.
In your hands, you hold 16 Days of Coldest April by Yekatina Dahl. The cover image shows a row of concrete apartments above which span a black and white rainbow.
I feel like this is going to be filler, right? I don't feel like this is going to be any content. So I'm gonna run an ad break, and I'm gonna keep reading this during the ad break if that's okay with everyone. And if not, then I guess find an ad block that works or subscribe. Basically, is my advice. Preferably subscribe. I am saving up for a capture card, so I can do some cool stream ideas I have. But because I want to use a capture card for both my DSLR camera and for capturing Switch and GameCube games, hopefully. So that would give me a bit of variety compared to nothing. But at the same time, subscribing is completely optional. But yeah, I'm going to run the ads, a little bit different timing, and I will read this book. See you in a bit if you are going into the ad zone. Feels heavy.
Indeed, the book is unusually heavy in your hands, as though the cover were lined with lead. It would do that in Grad.
How long is this book anyway?
You flip through the book. The pages are thinner than you realized, and the type quite small and tightly set. It's nearly 600 pages long.
Look at the back cover.
The back cover is dominated by a black and white photograph of the author.
What does she look like?
She can't be much older than her mid-30s in this photograph, and yet From this cover, the eyes of a sad old woman stare back at you.
Start reading.
In cold, detached prose, the author describes a scene from one of the Yugoslavia riots in the 20s. Youths overturned motor carriages and set trash cans ablaze, while heavily armored guardsmen dash in and disperse them in a flurry of baton blows. The Yugoslavia riots took place from 27 to 29. Fueled by ethnic unrest and the state's repressive tactics, these events are often seen as marking the end of a brief period of liberalization known as the Yugoslavia Spring. Like all such periods, it is frequently memorialized in art and literature. As ethnic tensions run wild, a pair of young lovers meet each other on the street. Somehow, in the middle of all the chaos, they manage to lock arms and look into each other's eyes.
What happens next?
It would physically hurt you to keep reading. Are you sure?
Read 10 more pages.
They go through a brief and somewhat awkward love affair. And in the end, they betray each other and succumb to the absurdity of Gradian life. The man becomes a lens grinder, completely abandoning his former existence. He toils through the daily drudgery at the Lenka Polyfabricate. Happiness and fulfillment have eluded him his whole life. And in the end, he has nothing to do but dedicate himself to the craft.
And the woman?
She spends the next several decades standing at a conveyor in a Sosnovyj fish processing plant. The smell of fish guts slowly seeps into her hair and skin, as every single one of her dreams dies, one by one. The memory of their short time spent together tortures the former lovers ceaselessly until the end of their days. Years pass in solitude, their bodies growing ever more decrepit.
Why can't I put this book away?
As life leaves their remains between the soil sheets, their final thoughts are filled with regret.
Hey. I've read my books. Did you have books? You had the book. I buy the books. Book.
There it is again, the scent of a bitter whatever petro until a blossom feels so familiar.
I bought the book. Welcome back from the ad break. That book was so sad it made me lose health and morale. Time to go to bed.
It is comforting, if a bit run down. Still.
Fuck, man. I guess
the bed underneath you.
I think somebody read too many sad books.
Waves wash the sand underneath the hut, then grow distant to your ear. In the quiet hum of the organic heater, you fall asleep.
Like a deftly cast fishing net, sleep pulls you out of the world and into its dark shore. The rough mesh chafes, tightening around you, it digs into your brain.
I'll show my ass, I know what this is.
How have things been going for you out there? Helped anyone lately? Saved anyone lately? Murdered anyone lately? Because you know you are a murderer. A disco music listening psycho killer who offs poor people. And then forgets about it.
Shut up. Sleep.
Hear that? Iceman wants to sleep. He doesn't care about killing people. That's nothing to him. Black water under the bridge. The thing he's really scared of. is much, much worse than that.
Doing this, I just want to sleep. See the dark.
We're trying to help you. All these processes, these tortures, voices and tremors are all just distractions, flares and countermeasures to keep you from the last dream. The worst of them all.
The last dream will be total annihilation. Cinders peeling off the fuselage. We won't be there to help you anymore, Harry. We will be dormant. You will be naked and alone.
Of hell. An ancient sadness, brother. 10,000 years later, in front of the video rental, there is a warm breath on your face again. Everything is okay again.
Everything is so okay.
Sound like it'd be okay.
Your eyelids flutter open for a moment. When you close them again, you sense the light of the room around you. You're back. In 2 seconds, the alarm will ring.
The last thought in your head before waking is, maybe you shouldn't have seen that stained glass window in the church.
Woken up, sat in a chair. I did not wake up in bed. Ha. Well. It's time for me to get going. Hey, Kim. Come on. I've got some stuff to get done. I should probably... I said I'd do the bloody... I really hope I remember where that tape is, because if I don't, that's gonna be quite bad. My memory is not the best. Oh.
Winter, slow to let go of Revachol. Flecks some more wet snow from above.
Around you.
The snow falls lazily, making the beach sand paler still, mixing with the rust-colored sewage runoff. And to think, it seemed as though it were already spring.
How does it feel?
The melting snow seeps through your thin clothes. Grandmothers don't let their grandchildren out dressed so lightly in this weather. At least your hair is protected from getting wet and sticking together. You look around.
What's in the west?
More winding coastlines lined with abandoned buildings. Crumbling piers, salt water lapping at their dark piles. Grey and red forgotten city blocks. What remains of the pre-revolutionary effort to gentrify the coast.
Beyond that?
The waters turn black. Coal City in the shadow of San Martin. A boom town. Back when coal extracted from countless shafts near the city was needed to power Revachol. No more. The coal was supplanted by petroleum from the ocean floor and hydropower from the Esperance. Everything crumbled. These days, only the weakest remain in Coal City. Their hopes of getting rich linger in the defunct shafts under their feet.
What is there?
Below the old mines, L'Océan Municipal, Revachol's underground cemetery. Le Petit Rat braved the underground passageways, trying to get to Le Royaume, where the Philippian kings were interred, with their doctors and their admirals. Mausoleums, burial chambers, leaf gold still remains on the double door of the morning.
That's where Kuno said he's...
Yes, to peel the gold off with his fingernails.
Tequila.
Children under 14, they go underground looking for artifacts to sell to foreign museums and for fabled relics. Their parents let them. They go deeper. After rubies, melchiorite, lapis lazuli, plundered from Safle and Seol during the time of the suzerain. In the burial chambers of the kings, Grand Old Philip, Guillaume II, and even in the mausoleum of Philip the Opulent. 2 kilometers underground, in a winding shaft along whose walls mirrors have been placed, so that daylight may eternally fall upon the richest of all the kings. The mausoleum contains untold quantities of gold, and that special, purest of the pure magenta cocaine, favored by Revacholian royalty. Did someone say untold quantities of cocaine? Drop everything immediately and go looking for this hoard.
The snow from the shoulder.
Few Petira return from the shafts. Even fewer find what they're looking for. A small child steps out of the black tunnel with silver trinkets in her pockets. All around her, white snow on the extinguished coke furnaces and on the weather-worn shacks where fathers beat their sons after drinking. The snow melts on your fingers, turning to water.
In the east.
The canal you crossed to get here and beyond it. Martinez proper, the district the police forgot to police. There is laughter, lights, attempts at entrepreneurial activity, cynicism. Someone is scraping snow off their windshield at the roundabout, in the midst of which a statue of Philip III serves as a destination for grade school field trips and a fine perch for winter birds.
That's all.
Like all monuments, it's also a warning. 6-story ruins on the south side of the roundabout cast a long shadow over the profligate king. A fenced-off yard. There's a truck belonging to a logistics company parked next to the gate. Bright light from a building behind the fence reflects off its hood.
What's in the north?
The abandoned church, its walls covered with hoarfrost now. One of Lissette's sœurs. The other 6 sisters were destroyed during the revolution.
Further north?
A serpentine strip of land weaving its way into the Martinez Inlet. Unfortunates on the run from the law, from themselves. Sometimes hide out on nearby islets. Little dots in the ocean that are occasionally submerged when the tide is high and the weather foul.
And on the islets?
The remains of a camp on a jagged piece of rock. A tent, old dishes and cutlery, long since abandoned. A hermit crab scuttles among the debris, looking for a new shell.
Hey, thank you, Zingy, for the sub. I'm Disco Elysium. Disco. I'm zonked as hell this week. Oh.
Further out, the lights burn bright on Resurrection, way beyond Martinez. A popular spa destination for ample-bodied Ozon kids with equally ample pockets.
On the other side of the inlet. Damn, my tongue's escaped me.
Then there's Ozon, but the snow falls too thick. You cannot see that far.
It's only been 2 weeks, but yeah, my sleep patterns have been balked, and my new meds have been a bit rough on me. But I'm working on things. Don't worry about me too much. Things will be worse. Things have been worse for me. Things will be better for me. I don't know. Before the curtains are drawn.
The Bay of Revachol. Vastness, great depth. Over 1,200 meters at its deepest. Water, air brinier than here. It is crisscrossed by huge cargo ships bearing company logos. Wild pines. Zam. Morian.
The disco is in fact Elysium, Aria. The disco do be when the disco is Elysium. Well, it's more that the Elysium is discoing. But yeah.
And at the farthest reaches of the Bay of Revachol, the shadow of the Coalition warship, Archer, on perpetual patrol duty, ready to unleash artillery fire if you were to rise up against the market. you shudder.
Yeah. Temporary. What's in the south?
The raised motorway, 881, separating Martinez from Jamrock. Vehicles whoosh past one another day and night, while those who reside in the labyrinthine alleyways beneath the motorway attempt to carry on with their lives in the snow and the slush. And south of the 881 is the Pox. Was once a park, a place for reflection and recuperation for the patients of the old military hospital. In the 20s, it was used as a quarantine center during a measles outbreak that killed many children. Most everyone has avoided the hospital and surrounding park ever since. The Pox is completely wild now. Evergreen thickets covered in snow and industrial dust. Feral dogs and even wolves roaming in packs. The police try to keep the deepest corners cordoned off.
Still.
Heavy drug users do slip through and hole up in the old military hospital, hoping to find something to get high on among the hastily abandoned supplies, or just to overdose in peace.
Further south.
A line of motor garages with armored carapaces hunched in the cold. A mechanic is hard at work, patching up bullet holes in the side of a Capri 40. These are the garages of Precinct 41. Snow settles on the roof of the repurposed silk mill. It serves as your station. Shivering RCM personnel hurry in and out of the main entrance. Around you, the snow continues to fall. To the west, the ocean swells.
Well, it was home. I want more.
The stairs descend to central Jamrock. A man named Cooklove has a snow-covered stall there in the market across the bridge. He sells kebab infested with fly larvae to your colleagues who believe eating it will make them immune to food poisoning. Snow falls on the utility district, the library, the florist, the Sarah Mauritian restaurant that offers homemade wine, and also on the brothels and drug dens and the chop shops of the Zemlyaki. All of this built around a lake that formed in a meteorite strike. At the center of this lake, there is a little ship. There are lights at the bottom of its hull. They are lights directed toward the seafloor, looking for something, like whiskers.
What?
A chill comes over you, crawling down your back. The sand under your feet is wet. Somewhere in the south, tarpaulin flap in the wind.
Below me.
Layer upon layer of sand, poisoned with industrial runoff. The storm drainage, hidden bunkers. Rats scuttle.
Tell me a secret of the sands, Win.
Someone stuffed a big old polar anorak into a concrete pipe under the boardwalk. It would keep you warm. You would probably never happen across it. But who knows?
Brianorak. And last of all, where is Ruby?
Near. Snow falls into dark water. She prays, though she doesn't believe. There is a hum in the air. That's all.
Can't be fit for warmth, brushing off the snow.
We should keep moving. Who knows when the snow will let up.
Yeah, no, Kim, you did totally just do that while I stood here for like 40 minutes in game. But I'm realizing I probably should be putting on some... I feel like I need some better shoes. Some better clothes, quick. Well, I should definitely put on a jacket that's a bit warmer. Both corns useful. And I think I might put on the armor, actually. I'm worried about what happens when we find Ruby. Basically. But, oh. You can imagine why calls become terrible sometimes. Ah, because of that being damaged. Okay. Now, Boardwalk, which... Hey, I'm actually doing the thing from the title.
An unidentifiable article of clothing on this railing. It smells really bad.
Touch it.
The cloth, if you can still call it that, makes a soft crunching sound as you thrust your finger into it.
Take a closer look.
It's streaked with dried seagull shit and tangled with pieces of seaweed. A dangling arm suggests that there might be a jacket beneath the crust of filth.
Please tell me you're not taking that with you.
It might be a clue.
A clue? You think our suspect is a seagull who's been defecating on unsuspecting jackets?
Could be multiple seagulls. I meant who pooped on the jacket, detective.
You should still take it.
Filthy jacket. You know, I want to read it. I don't want to wear the thing, but I want to read it, you understand? I literally can't wear it. This filthy rag has been in the mercy of the air tried some time. It's streaked with seagull shit and abnormally stiff from God knows what natural processes. You can't even tell what brand it is.
As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching sound.
How does Jack get so disgusting?
It's a sordid, filthy tale, not for the weak. Are you sure you can stomach it?
Stomach this, I can stomach my ex-wife. I'm gonna think about it.
It occurs to you that you're not even holding the jacket itself, but rather the thick crust of jetsam and seagull shit that ensconces it. It smells like a dead sea creature, tangled in grey strands of seaweed. It must have spent quite some time in the water before the tide deposited it ashore.
Yeah, what's the crust made of?
Somehow, it was carried or dragged to the boardwalk. If not by human hands, then perhaps the feral dogs that prowl the beaches at night.
Okay, that's pretty disgusting. I've had enough.
Why? Why did you think about it? Look at your hands. They're covered in muck.
What if I wipe my hands on my pants?
What? No. Then it'll just be on your pants. This is a disaster. You'll never get the smell out.
I mean, that's detectiving. Hope you're proud of me, Kim. I'm very thorough. Money. A makeshift roof. Vagrants try to make the boardwalk habitable. And they failed, unfortunately for them. Oh, a postcard. This one has hell written on its back. It could not be further from the truth. It's the boom years in Coron, the nicest district in Rochelle West, during the sun-drenched day. Tall and handsome buildings rise from the riverside, steel, iron and yellow limestone with cloud shadows sliding on the facades. Coin-operated weighing machine had been used for a decade. Hey, I'm just getting my stuff. This is how I'll pay off my mortgage. Oh my god, Mega Bino's prescription lenses! Encyclopedia in a Bino. Perception, nausea-inducing hell glasses. These ideas were square and beige plastic frames anyway. Beige colour does not look good on anyone. Not to mention the seeing the world through these exceedingly thick lenses feels almost nauseating. And I look... Honestly, the picture sells the look better than the glasses do. No, I'm putting on my Jamrock bike glasses. This is part of the arrangement. We're chill. Vagrants have recently painted the tarp red. Water drips from it. Sure, here's more boardwalk. I really hope the boardwalk is substantial, otherwise I have set the whole episode name around something I'm only at for a second. A big wine canister. It's open and empty.
The smell. It's awful and familiar.
Hold on, that is awful. What is it?
Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency. That faintly cloying sweetness. Only death smells like that. Something cold wakes in the pit of your stomach.
Tim, what's that
Fear.
smell?
The lieutenant has already brought a handkerchief to his nose.
Eyes up, detective. Something's not right here.
That's, yeah. I'm feeling like that's the game, giving me some sort of warning that maybe I'm about to get into something, Not so good. Half-light's useful. You're good with mission. Do I have a fight jacket? Jacket for fighting. Hold on, I really should just reorganize the inventory in general. Quick. Come on, okay, so do the hats. I guess I really should do this like a wardrobe, right? So I got my shoes here. These can go in the garbage corner because they're not so good. Gonna put my trousers here. Which means my shirts should be going here. Bloody hell, okay. Maybe the shirts are going here temporarily and then being moved down immediately. Okay. Jackets. Gloves should be on the same level as the shirt really, but I'll just leave them here with the... It's glasses, hats, and neckties. That's a bit more organised, I'd say. Oh dear. Okay, it's a little bit better. Little bit. Not significantly. But it is... It's arguably better. Sure. Let's go talk to this corpse man.
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper in the trash bin.
Take the tear.
2 empty bottles of Tequila vodka and a can of black potent porter is all you find. No, there's more in there. Livis strawberry liquor, plus some Pilsner bottles too. Better not pick them up. They seem unhygienic.
A tragedy.
Lieutenant looks at the can, eyes watering from the smell.
He shakes his head with genuine sadness.
Examine the cigarette package.
Whoever tossed it here was a heavy smoker. The brand name reads Red Astra. Red Astra is the black market version of Astra cigarettes, known for their high tar content.
Bad?
You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it, as well as a tomato wedge. The wrapper reads Shish Kebab Revachol.
Dude, I get that it's a kebab, but you always eat the tomato.
It's hard to concentrate in the smell. The sea air brings some relief.
Okay, maybe the bin just smells. That would explain some things.
A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper. Half of his body has slipped between the cracked boardwalk, starting with the right leg. The fall has left him broken, contorted like a sad puppet. The smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old corpse, but it's definitely heading there.
Hold on.
Lieutenant squats next to the corpse and examines his face. 2 bulging eyes stare back at him, void of any signs of life.
Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days. No longer.
He stands up.
We need to investigate.
As a gust of wind blows through his bomber jacket.
Another dead body. This is your job. Steel yourself. Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. Just another dead body. Breathe.
The man's clothes.
He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest.
Search his pockets.
You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into 2. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
The man himself.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair. One of his feet is still dangling through the hole. You have to be quite inebriated to fall that bad. well over a litre of pure ethanol, 3 bottles of wine, or 1.5 of spirits.
Examine his face.
His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his moustache. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze. Height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair, stout build. Age, approximately 50 to 60 years. He was confused when he died. Confused and alone, most likely. Overcome with the awful surprise of it all. He was just about to head home. The first step back home proved to be his last.
By the surrounding.
There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper is clutched in his fist.
Examine the man.
A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch. This is where he came out of himself, drop by drop, when he was unconscious. It took 3, maybe 4 minutes.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you?
Hard to say.
Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
Likely. Step on the floorboards.
They screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight was the cause of the boardwalk to break. It definitely looks fragile. You see waves churning below. Something cracks beneath your feet.
And the bottle.
A .75 litre Tequila vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything left inside. It's mid-market spirits with a slight touch of menthol. The man meant to enjoy himself, have a good time.
Tear all around us.
He looks at the other two other bottles in the coin-operated vendor. Viewer, then at your yellow plastic bag.
I'd prefer if you didn't collect them this time. It's not proper.
True. It feels disrespectful.
Examine the chewing gum.
Rybowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall.
Look it.
The blackness of death. Stench. You think you see white chewing gum too. Confirmed. Nearly the whole pack is there. Solidified on his lower rear teeth.
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. The worst thing is, I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
This could have been me. This could have been.
In a ditch off a road below the 881, he thinks. A young father. Then he shakes his head to make the memory stop.
Le decor appears to be giving me some psychic stuff.
The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back.
Who is this?
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't just walk over here.
Looks south the way you came.
But that's just a lazy assumption. What do you think?
At least this man knew how to party. Imagine the same scene without the bottle. Now that would be just sad. This is an omen, a sign from above. Don't start drinking again.
He looks like me. I could have ended up just like him. Dead on some empty boardwalk with a bottle next.
Well, at least you're not married.
Kim! This isn't helping! The lieutenant points to the ring on the man's left hand, the flesh around it swollen and grey.
Or, what if you are?
But let's try to not run ahead. For now, all we know is that he's an unidentified middle-aged man found dead on the Martinez boardwalk.
Hi, Silver, we found a corpse. What do you think happened here?
Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive.
What about the kebab?
What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from a nearby place, maybe in the Pox.
Would it be related to the lynching, Ruby?
No, I don't see anything that points in that direction. For now, let's treat this case as a simple, albeit sad, accident, unrelated to the murder case.
Yes, but what if there's a killer on the loose? 2 suspicious deaths in such a short time frame.
You're right, connecting it with the lynching is a stretch.
Without any further evidence, yes.
You think he was drunk?
Oh, yes.
What about alcohol poisoning and liver failure?
Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played a role here. Severe confusion, respiratory depression, unpredictable behavior. But I think that death arrived through head trauma, not liver failure.
Someone should be held responsible. Broken Boardwalk, it's dangerous.
They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. I doubt that they have enough resources to actually repair the Boardwalk. Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does is keep the city council's hands clean.
He smiles sourly. Right.
It does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure, although there's still a question of identifying the body.
What should we do with him?
From where I stand, I can see 2 options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle.
Hold on, what about field autopsy?
A field autopsy isn't necessary if the cause of death doesn't appear to be criminal, and this looks like a simple accident to me. I'd say we should just write down head trauma and leave it at that. Let's keep this detour as short as possible. The sooner we get back to finding Ruby, the better.
Yes. Isn't that kind of sloppy?
Maybe, but we don't really have much time or resources to spare. The guys at processing will take care of the rest.
We found him. We should...
Alright, we should first examine the library card you found. Then we can call the station from my kinema. Let them know we are taking the case.
I don't trust other cops to deal with this shit. This place is a lawless pissing ground, and if we don't deal with it, I don't think anyone will. Just to explain my logic there. A library card found on the pocket of a dead man on the Martinez Boardwalk. It's still slightly damp to the touch. The cover bears the stamp of Jamrock Public Library.
The library card is folded into 2 and still slightly wet to the touch. The front side reads, Central Jamrock Public Library Card, issued to Billy Mejean, expires July 53.
Look at the back side.
If lost, please return the card to the library. Dial 005 02 55211 or visit us at Moreau Street, 78, Jamrock. Business hours, 900 to 1800.
Good. We should give them a call from my kinema. See if we can learn anything about Billy Mejean.
Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Radio thriller. Stand a little less between me and the sun. The last one in the list is The Glinton Curve by M. Theobald. A library stamp indicates that the book has been returned. Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre. Some thrillers too.
Put it away. Well, the crusty jacket may belong to this man, but it's good enough for viewers about it being out of order for years. And yeah, I couldn't pick up these bottles if I wanted to. Yeah, but those floorboards that were rotten and weak.
There's some tear. A man lies on the...
Hold on, what was... Got it. Stop messing with the coin viewer and hold on to something. The wind is so strong. Well, moonshine probably. It smells like tasty fermentation. Yeah. I guess that's... Fuck, man. Yeah, that sure is a dead guy, huh? Well, Guess I'm... Hold on. The jacket.
As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching sound.
Why'd I find the shit jacket again?
There is no why.
Let's just put it away then. Okay, I thought it might be related to the case. It's not related to the case. Let's just... Oh.
The light vanishes inside the concrete slit. The structure goes deep under the earth.
What's in there?
Maybe it's just a storm drain for the sewer.
Hey Kim, any idea what's down there?
No idea.
He takes his
Could
glasses
be
off to
connected
polish.
to one of the buildings around here.
Think we might find Ruby down there?
We might find her down somewhere. There's an old storm drain system beneath Martinez that's mostly collapsed. Revachol sewage system has been built and rebuilt 4 or 5 times now.
Blimey.
In conclusion, she could be under any building.
But not in there.
I hope not.
Yell ho into the slit.
There's no echo and no answer.
Not impossible, but certainly unlikely. Let's... I think we should... Hold on. Oh, the traps! We didn't get all the traps yet.
This is the trap Morel just set. Checking it over, he said, is just a technicality. But
look around.
The reeds by the abandoned campsite hiss and shake. The later it gets, the colder. Remnants of the camp can still be seen in the sand. The fire that's gone out. You feel strange, somehow.
Reach for the trap.
This trap is also full of panicked locusts. No sign of any cryptozoological beast inside.
Another empty trap.
Enjoying the car dealing tent? I'm quite enjoying it myself.
Always up for a good jog. Otherwise, would I still be on this case with you?
He smiles and raises his collar. Windy. Ah yeah, this thing again.
The dome-shaped plastic board.
Yeah, we got a lot of threads right now, and I think... I'm trying to remember where the last... I know... Oh, here's the other phasmid trap. Gotcha.
This trap's not too hard to spot, once you know what to look for. Keeping it hidden has not been a priority for the cryptozoologist.
Look around.
Behind you, the ruins of a residential building rise over the reeds, shielding them from the wind. The reeds rustle confidently. When this district was booming, the reeds were kept at bay. Nothing obscured the freshly painted facades. Nowhere for drunks and adventurous teenagers to hide. Now only the wind blows.
Reach for the trap.
Nothing but locusts in this trap as well. Definitely no cryptozoological monstrosity.
Empty as all of them. One more of these and we're done.
His face is red from the cold sea air. He crouches to catch his breath. And tired?
No, I'm fine. I didn't mean to complain, it's just...
He's short-winded. Sentence ends there. Oh, Kim. I don't want Kim to be tired. Oh, Kim. Also just, yeah, inspect the traps. Only one left isn't the canal.
A row of ghostly shades facing the crumbling
this wall.
With another 7 shades, a cold sea behind this building. The other one, once filled with...
Yeah, I think... Oh.
There's no way the perp is in here, officer. Look how scarred the boards are. All attempts to pry them off have failed.
I try to get in through, though?
Not this time. The opposition is insurmountable, but I like the spirit. Have some points. It's lonely and cold without points.
Thanks, buddy.
And dangerous. Dangerous too.
Kim, you think she's in there?
The suspect? God, I hope not. I can't see a way in, though many have tried.
Nothing more here, then. Yeah, that is real unlikely. It's not impossible, but... God, it's... Yeah, that one's filled up fucking tight. tightest seal I've seen in the game so far. Meanwhile, the other one, I mean, the fact that it had a thing probably indicates that she might be there, but I have no clue. Truth is, I'm kids aren't useful. These guys, I think, have gone through mostly dialogue already, as have you. There is one thing I should probably try before I head off from this area.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
I want to ditch Kim. I know what's on my mind, and it's a very funny idea for a check. I just gotta put on some outfit bits that make me a bit more I need to look good. I need to make it clear that I'm a cool cop. Who's cool? I am. Hey, friend.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it.
Would you?
The wind is turning southeast.
Would you like to?
What's on your mind, officer?
Before I leave, would you like to go on a date with me?
Oh yes, you need to get your drink on. There is no other way for human beings to procreate.
God damn it.
Not after 6,000 years of yeast cultivation-based mating rituals.
Jesus fucking Christ. I like you, but I'm afraid to be around you because you're a woman.
Okay. Where's this going?
I need to be drunk, and you do too. Please get drunk with me on a drunk date.
Absurdly and pointedly phrased. You can be quite funny, officer. Anyway, what did you want?
Doesn't laugh.
She doesn't even understand you asked her out. Perhaps you're too sober to pull it off right now. Try again later.
Be seeing you, buddy. Oh, I certainly tried. Oh boy. And no need to report back to the corpos until later. This shack. Yeah, I think I made it. I think it was. There's. I want to boost my Inland Empire and see what that does here. I'm not sure there's much else I can do because I already kind of have my Inland Empire through the roof. Maybe a bit of shivers would help me out too. Nah, nothing. It is surprising that that was one of the less awkward, I guess, because I decided to pick the one that was like less terrible, because the others were just like I'm playing this character as someone who does not want to get back into alcohol or drugs. And despite the voices constantly being like, you should, my version of Tequila Sunrise is not interested in that. He's done his drug. He's had his time. He did his time. He took his chances. Went the distance. Now he's back on his feet. Just a man and his will to survive. So. But the thing with that is that it means that that line didn't make that much sense.
It takes you a moment, but finally you spot the last of Morel's traps. This one's partially obscured by the reeds.
Round.
The reeds bend forlornly toward the sand. You see slabs of concrete north. In the east, the city centre hums to you.
I mean, whether I'm Tequila Sunrise or not is up to interpretation, but yes. I've decided that I'm playing Tequila Sunrise. It's a better name. And, you know, the previous me is dead. Long live Tequila Sunrise.
The constant, distant song, louder on this part of the coast, nearer somehow. And there's that cold again. Always the cold.
The trap.
The trap feels light and silent as you pick it up. Something is different here.
Oh.
No locust.
Oh.
No phasmid either. But still.
Look closer still.
Well, the bait worked on something. This doesn't mean it was a reed monster, though. Unless you see one in there. I just see an empty trap.
Well, Aria, if you want to discover why I've decided that I'm Tequila Sunrise, you'll have to watch all the other parts of the stream. I can't remember which one it happens in. I think part 9 or 8, I came to the decision I was Tequila Sunrise. But time is an illusion and my brain is melting, so...
The netting is a little untidy, messier than the others, like someone or something picked up the trap and shook it before dropping it back down on the ground.
I do get the feeling someone or something may have messed with the trap.
Perhaps our cryptozoologists have competition in the form of an actual entomologist, or someone else is sabotaging them. I could present more theories, but then I would be taking this on as a case, which I'm not.
It probably wasn't the Phasmid, but still, Morel needs to know.
We did sort of promise to tell them, didn't we?
He seems to regret the fact.
A cold gust of air dries your sweaty face, and you look to the dark shadow of the felled building in the distance, drawing you to it. What a strange sensation. Once this is done, should you ask the wind again?
It is really hinting on the Feld building being the place you need to go. It's quite clear that is what I need to do. The Feld mural. And my shivers, but... I've got other stuff I can get done. You know? There's a tape. There's a few things.
You see rows of toy soldiers.
Done them. Is there any tapes up here I could grab?
All the old boomboxes are there.
That.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps.
How much for the streetlight?
700 real. A bargain, I dare say.
That's fair, Aria. That's fair.
A bargain? No, it's not. He's trying to sweet-talk you into buying trash.
What's the words? Yeah, it was a load of drunks. Said that I called myself that. And I won't decide to run with it. In my mind. Like, the game is insisting that my name is Harrier Dubois, but, like, no. I reject that name. I'm doing the cats, just contain the light. It seems a bit steep.
There's also the matter of rewiring, but the most important transformation is the light's placement among ordinary indoor fixtures, which has adjusted its morphological field. The light became suitable for use inside the home just a few days ago.
Yeah, no, I think we covered it. Hey, bud, I feel like...
Hello. Let me know if I can help you with it. Yeah. Sure. Let me have a look.
Do not. No, don't sell him the armor.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Production schedule filament. I can access that. The empty cassette case I'm keeping. I've been told not to sell stuff, and I don't really need to at this point, so I don't know.
Another time, perhaps.
I think we're good. For now, maybe. Who knows? Yeah, there's some magnetic tape fluttering in the wind, supposedly. Kim? Uh-oh, Kim's book is floating. You taking some notes? I'm not gonna sell evidence. But this... The shivers have led me here.
The hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gilles Lane. Bronze-coloured ribbons of magnetic tape are caught in its branches, fluttering in the breeze. Just like promised, you've stood here for what seems like eons, guzzling the sickly fumes of lorries and carriages.
Good hawthorn.
Patting the tree reveals a small sticker which has almost been worn to oblivion. It reads, RCM Emergencies Desk, number 8102, underneath a slogan, Mankind, be vigilant. You tree-hugging pansy.
Fuck off, physical instrument. I'm a nice boy. I'm being a good friendly... I'm being nice. Time to interface.
The gnarled hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gilles with slow and deliberate motions, pulling, bending and unraveling, you manage to extricate the magnetic tape from the branches. It curls up into a mess inside your pocket. If only you could find a way to re-spool it so that you could hear what's on the tape.
I bet I can do that easy.
What's the tape for?
The lieutenant looks at the mess in your hands only after you successfully cleaned up the branch should the curiosity get to him. It's for Egghead. I promised to make his Van Eyck's jam hit a bit harder. Maybe this tape can help.
How? It's broken and unspooled. Do you think your new buddy knows how to fix it?
I think at least one of the Ravens would know how to fix a broken tape if they weren't set up at a nightclub.
You could also get it fixed at the pawn shop across the street. We shouldn't waste our time.
He looks as if he watches them patiently.
Good idea. He might have the tools. The tape projector in the pawn shop uses similar tape.
Yeah, seems fair. I was considering just you know, I got the empty cassette case. Oh, and I mean, there's a few things here I could.
The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer.
God, no.
100% guaranteed.
Conceptualization is not happening, but you know what? Let's give it a try. It might be funny.
No luck. All you find is this lime-colored cellophane visor, produced by a bargain sportswear brand called Amphibian, apparently. There's a malformed green frog on its bent cap.
Oh, that visor is perfect for you, officer. It'll definitely keep the sun out of your eyes while you're shooting criminals. Bang, bang! And all for a mere 6 real.
I
Don't
already have
like
that.
it? Sure, Squid.
These are plus
No
electrochemistry
problem. Let's get you
minus
some real
logic.
shades.
And a no. I'm putting a no on that one. Hold on. I did want the sneakers and the speakers.
The speakers below are banged up and worthless. The sneakers triumph over them.
No way, officer! These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk.
But I need some speakers.
Well, if you want them, but see, they are the pedest. If, on the other hand,
So-
you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the speakers for little
Those are
extra.
actually quite good
50
stats
cents?
on the sneakers. I might actually save up for those. Although I don't trust this dude very much, but
You keep coming back. That's
windbreaker
good, officer.
plus
Keep
control
browsing those
cozy
clothes,
minus
keep
shivers,
saving
and I
that
need the
economy.
shivers. Shivers are important. And what else do you have?
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Oh, yeah. I think it's real good. You have to play it quite a specific way, but like, I would recommend this game heavily. Hey, pawn shop guy?
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Do you know how to fix this?
You mean re-spool it? Yeah, I do, but...
Right, can you do it? Please, this is important. I need to be able to play this tape for someone.
But I'm not some Mr. Fix-It. I'm a pawnbroker. If you want to pawn the tape, sure. Although it looks pretty... worthless.
Just explain why you need this so much. He's bound to understand.
If you tinker with film tapes all the time, isn't that the same?
No, it's different. Those film tapes actually mean something to me. But this is just a worthless bundle of old tape.
It's not worthless, right? This could be the next big thing of the local dance music scene.
Huh? What do you mean?
Slowly tapping on the counter. You know that old church down the coast?
Yes. What about
I
it?
met some young ravers near the place. They want to turn the church into a nightclub and play some weird neo-disco beats there, and I promised to help them with that.
Is it any good? The music, I mean.
That's the thing. You can't believe how unbelievably thin the beat is. There's just nothing to it, no bass. It just goes bzz, bzz, bzz. But this tape could make it hardcore. Silver, it's...
Man, you're really invested in this.
Looks at the bottom of the tape in front of me, shimmers on the top of the dazzling light show. What I'd say, Silver, is I would not suggest buying this right now because of the recent issues with the company kind of screwing over the creators of the game. So, I mean, what I'd suggest is, you know, borrow a copy from a friend. You know, there's a load of friends online who could definitely lend you a copy. Right? Just take a bunch of, just, you know, borrow, wink, a friend's wink, copy, wink, wink. And then the thing is, all you've lost is time if you decide that you don't like it. And, you know, if the flipping business side of things gets finished, I would 100% say support the people who actually made this game. But right now the money is going to people who are kind of shitty, I'd say. So that's kind of a thing. Okay, I'm gonna just...
Okay, I'll help you out. It's going to take a moment, though, so just sit back and relax.
You take some time to look around the store. The play of visuals all around the pawn shop is mesmerizing. Suddenly, Roy turns back to you with a reel of tape in his hand and coughs.
Okay, I kind of get it, Silver. It's up to you then. Oh yeah, my eyebrows. Yes, I have eyebrows. Yes. Take some time to look around at the store. Play of visuals all around. Rising. Somebody Roy turns back to the tape in his hand. Well, thanks for the help.
Yeah, my pleasure. I'll do what I can for true passion projects. Just try not to use this tape for negative photon emissions. Take responsibility. Okay.
With that, a bronze-coloured tape found in the branch of a hawthorn tree has been reconstructed into a usable reel of magnetic tape. It's pretty fragile in an odd format which doesn't fit into any portable tape players. Nevertheless, Egghead will be stoked. Yeah, I guess. I guess that is something. Huh. Oh no, he's got a sensitivity to light, Arya. This was in one of the earlier bits. He has some backstory that I won't get into because we've already covered it. But yeah, I'm gonna do a 3-minute ad break. It's 3-minute ad break time. I should quick save. Or never forget to quick save when I do one of these. And it is 9:02 on the clock at the start of this. I'm gonna run 3 minutes of adverts. Everyone take a break, take a piss, have a break time, and I will be right back. Thank you. Thank you, Quotebot. That's a thing I've seen. Yeah, the time does not pass. The time does not pass while that's happening. Okay, so I'm gonna try not... I'm doing a thing where I'm gonna try and actually get stuff done in each area before I do stuff. Yeah.
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
Yeah, no, I cannot do your jam, man. Yeah, there's probably a few things I can get done around here. I might want to punch this racist again, you know. Wait, I didn't punch him the first time. The other is in the window. Those aren't flowers that are left. Those aren't the flowers that are left for Glacia.
The tear machine stands in the corner. Your bottles clunk into the
Oh,
machine.
that was 100.
The money appears with a satisfying jingle.
That was
You're
16
a richer
bottles,
man now. Do you
bloody
know
heck.
what you should do with that money, kiddo? You should buy more alcohol. Enter the endless cycle of consumption.
No thanks.
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf. The packages are small, discreet, sloppily stacked, making them easier to take unnoticed.
Raincoat.
No need to worry about knocking over a display.
Do I want it that much? I'm not gonna steal it.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles,
Plenty of
nasal
these.
sprays, and blister packs. They all bear
These are lottery tickets and cigarettes.
a colourful display of
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health.
I am not buying any of that shit. Okay, that's thing one. There appears to be coins up there on the bit that I've already been to. Oh, hold on.
There. Do you smell that?
Smell what?
Can you not detect that inimitable whiff of dissatisfaction and restlessness?
smell the
That
communists.
sense that the world is in need of dramatic, even violent, reordering?
Close your eyes and take a deep breath.
Can you smell it now? You inhale. The cilia along your olfactory epithelium tingle with excitement as they sift through the swirling morass of industrial odors. First come the smells of the agitated strikebreakers, layers of body oil and sweat, over-buttered meals pulled from bake-light lunch pails, the biting stench of lye soap. And then there's the slowly oxidizing metal gates, the scent of stale grease emanating from every crack.
Everything in order, detective?
I'm working on developing my political consciousness.
You're developing your... You know what? I'll just leave you to it. Carry on, detective.
It is a mark of the lieutenant's respect for you that he does not press you on this decidedly extracurricular errand. The lieutenant lacks your highly developed politico-olfactory cortex. The reek of communism is undeniable, and it's coming from that railing right there.
You mean for mañana?
Yes, now's your chance to establish contact.
Good. Communism. I've smelt it.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
You might be able to help me decipher some tattoos.
Don't think so.
He grunts, barely glancing at it.
Suddenly, this feels like a really, really bad idea.
We're investigating a murder. These tattoos on the victim's body. Give him the photo.
Silence. He takes the photo. Grey eyes dart back and forth on the glossy surface. His face is unmoving. You see dead flesh in colourful rivers of polychrome, melting skin and hair.
Fucking loincloths. Really did him in.
Loincloths?
Yeah.
He's clenching his teeth. There is silent pressure behind them.
Can you tell you what the tattoo means?
What it means?
Points to one tiny star in the river for lines away from the man's heart, almost from his stomach.
I can tell you what this one means. Only one. You want to hear what happened here?
Yes.
Our colonel is deep in the bush here. Deep in the fucking bush. In Benital, 41. Monsoon season. He's on a reconnaissance mission.
Benital is one of the inhabited islands of the Seminese archipelago near the Pale. Covered in jungle, it was anchor point for the Seminese nationalists in the proxy war held on the islanders' territory.
He spent a month behind enemy lines, scouting kept villages. Nothing but fucking bugs and snakes for fun. Men are getting restless. There's talk of switching employers.
He licks his lips as if drunk suddenly.
With some strange emotion, this is about to get really graphic. Last moment to back off.
Don't interrupt him. Hear it.
Our boy, he's only a captain then, but he knows how these men think. If they don't see action soon.
His voice gets strangely quiet a long way from right to work. His gaze pierces the pain.
At dawn, he comes upon two kids, breeding in the bushes by the river. Or maybe they weren't breeding. Maybe they were just making eyes at each other. I like to think they were breeding. We shot the boy. He was useless, but the girl, she was nice. A little fat, you know, but not too old.
I feel like I'm going to give people a little second to mute the stream and look away from the one half of the screen until we're not talking to this dude anymore. Because this is gonna go there, isn't it?
She was quite the entertainment for the week she lasted. Expired in the hands of Sarge Mason. The kind of guy who'd make Chief there shit his pants and cry like a bitch.
Nods towards the man on the gates.
God. Mason couldn't let go. Cut the tits off her cold body and fucking ate them. Said primitive spirits were watching over him now. Drowned in a creek a week later. Spirits my ass.
Something stirs in your stomach. The story must have stirred up some conflicting emotions. The man looks tired for a second. There's a word on the tip of your tongue. Colorless. Odorless. It's...
You're not really a scab leader, are you?
Fucking mask is getting sweaty. I want to take my mask off. But...
You were there?
No. I was in the domain. In Jamrock. Being a bouncer.
Evil.
You bet it was.
It is evil.
It's just... nature. This guy, he used to say evil is when nature and spirit meet in the wrong place.
Can I have it back?
Go ahead.
Turns
All right
towards the
now.
gate, so
Free
he
commerce! Keep the goods flowing!
On the photo in your hands, the dead man's skin is studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them, littering his dead skin.
No way he committed a war crime. Are you a mercenary hired by Wild Pines?
Free flow of commerce!
Man yells and wipes his face. Sweat is dripping down his brow.
Don't talk to him any longer. Just leave, please.
I think that's the right thing to do.
The man's breathing steadies, but his eyes are still narrow. Slowly, he's trying to get his right-to-work dance back on.
I'm just gonna leave now. Well, that was probably not a good idea, but I certainly managed to get something. on, Kip. This lady's been through the pale. I need to talk to her.
Lowman, you caught me at an opportune moment. This awful weather keeps me awake. You can entertain me with your questions.
I still don't understand this whole Boyadero thing.
Of course not. To truly understand the Boyadero, you need to listen to on the Western Plain.
The Boyadero, Boya for short, is a cowherder from upstream Magritte, the great steppes of northern Mesk. People like Manana at the gates have turned it into an ideology of sorts.
Okay, what's that?
It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring Boyadero. He promises to marry her as soon as he returns from the Western Plain.
And that doesn't happen.
Of course not. The Boyadero returns from the Western Plain a changed man. One night, as he and his beloved are out walking along the river Magritte, she pleads with him to give up his riding and settle down.
In the background, you can hear the orchestra swell as the screen fills with the maiden's imploring eyes.
I think I see where this is going.
So the Boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her body in the Magritte. Then he rides off, because the Western Plain is calling to him.
That's not where I thought that was going.
You have to understand. A true Boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can't be tied down by man or woman. His beloved was selfish. She didn't know what it meant to love a Boyadero.
What if to truly love a Boyadero is to float lifeless downstream?
Before I came, you seemed away.
She's just a distracted old woman.
You hear that, Lowman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much time with me.
The routes you drive are unusual.
Some of them are like home to me now. I would say the routes I drive are usual to me.
What routes? Also, I've got to eat 4 marshmallows. Thanks, Silver. I marshmallow.
Lomonosov's Land, Udajnaya Zemlya, the Western Plain.
She nods and closes her eyes again, letting her mind submerge.
A terrible cold comes over her, rattling her teeth as she stares inward.
The Transcatolia Magistral. You for 1A. Adestradas do Mirador. All the good ones. The deep trenches. Where the bluebirds fly.
She opens her eyes again and shudders. Something the exercise in blacking out. You should take better care of yourself.
You're right, Lowman. I'm the one who should take my health more seriously. Thank you for looking out for me.
A correct appraisal. You're quite shabby.
Is that all you woke me up to say?
You know what's going on with you.
And what is that?
She slicks a filterless cigarette into a cigarette holder and reaches for the light. You're a pale driver. You transport goods through the pale.
Great. He asked the Pines rep about the pale, and now he's talking to everyone about it.
The lieutenant concedes with a head shake.
Fine then. Just try not to black out again, and don't contemplate. We don't have time for that.
Well, I'm contemplating. Yeah, no, just for detective work. That's all I needed it for.
That is exactly what I didn't want you to do. Ma'am, my partner wanted to know if you work in pale transport.
No offense. But your partner?
He lights the cigarette, a white and silver cloud of smoke disappears into her mouth.
Seems like a bit of an idiot.
He breathes out. The air tastes sweet.
Republica. A filterless cigarette from Mesk.
Republica. That's not very healthy.
Neither is pale transportation. Life is transitory.
I blacked out after a night of heavy drinking and lost all memory of the world.
Like Gabriel Buenguerro in Pergunte a Poeira.
Nods and smiles.
You're the opposite of me, then. I remember everything. Even things I never knew.
Things you never knew.
The smell of liquor on Gabriel's lips after the shoot. In the motor park. The roses on the day of Franco Negro's coronation. On the grand stairs of Ryle. The smoke from the Fowling piece when Dolores Day was shot. The look on her face, like an orgasm. The wound in her chest. My hand in my father's hand. Except I never had a father. And I never shot her innocent Dolores Day.
Over-radiation?
Heroic doses, Harifia. Heroic.
Isn't that dangerous?
Thought insertion? Dithering? The Grad Catalan Magistral? It's more than dangerous. It's sad. But at first I had to make a living. Now...
You say is the lungful.
When you've seen it all go away like that, rolling off like the sea, and then come back to this...
Gestures at the square, the broken horse monument, the clanging of machines in the distance.
What are we doing here? For thousands of years, Gabriel. It doesn't have to be like this. We can just give up. We can just become a vapor.
What does it look like, Gale?
Like looking into the ocean at night, in the dark.
And?
You cannot see it, but you know it's there. And it's big, bigger than anything. Bigger than all the other things combined.
What does it feel like?
Nothing. Until it starts. When you are deep enough. Then, for me, it's like autumn. Dark, grey and orange. The orange of street lights and the color of streets and electric light. It smells like autumn too. It smells terrible.
Nostalgia. Cooped up in the cabin, shaking. Terrible nostalgia. For yourself. For humans. It's too much to bear. She loves it.
How do you pass through it?
In the belly of an airship, behind the stair windows. So you don't look straight into it. It's not advised to look into it.
Not on this lorry then?
No, the same one, a roller. They all are nowadays. Special wheels for connecting to the floor of the hold.
Points to the machines clumped up like toys.
The wheels all small and round. Multi-axle trailers.
What a last thing. You said we can just become... vapor.
Yes.
They'll already have what you have in some way.
They say there is a point. One that I have not crossed. In the Pell, super deep. If you stray too far, of course, on the U41A, or in Lomonosov's land, where every step you take is one step further from home, no matter the direction. It's a point you cannot come back from. Your mind becomes so radiant with the past, there is a flip. Instead of writing, it erases memory, nearing some kind of indescribable finale.
He flicks the ash from a cigarette.
Maybe you've been down the motorway south?
Looks at her cigarette. It's out. He has swallowed it hungry at you. Way south.
It's a story as lone horsemen tell. Lone horsemen, Jerife, not Pell drivers. Way beyond the established Pell that's lit by radio frequencies, where it goes silent and dark, and the process begins, erasure, kilometer by kilometer, in any direction. The motorway south is a road you cannot come back from.
What is at the end of the motorway south?
No one knows what's at the end. I've only glimpsed the beginning.
He takes the cigarette out of the cigarette holder and
I've only felt it in the distance, when I was a child.
She goes silent.
A child groping on the leg.
Her eyes close and her shake.
Josiana.
Sighs gives her lift. In silence, she stares within herself.
There is nothing more to do now. She's far away.
You've fried both your brains enough for today, Detective.
He inspects her. No response.
Let's get some air. This one's far gone.
Dead silent as leave. Oh, fuck. Motorway set. Bizarre. The edge of the map, the landmass begins to disintegrate into pure trigonometry. The ocean melts, becoming a tangle of sines and cosines. The mountain range turns into a sharp-angled azimuth. Its green rain shadow dithers like music turning to a waveform and then vanishes. This is the end, a half-remembered textbook from your childhood, the porch collapsing on the edge of the isola. Transition from reality to pale. Single vector shoots out like a rocket. Motorway south, splintering off from the known pale. But where? Where does it go? Time to find out.
This farm, A to Z, the smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. Some tools lie scattered near the pedals.
Hey, Panda.
There's something odd about the passenger seat. The seating fabric has been pulled tight over the lower side of the seat to close the rusty...
Okay, already got everything from that, I guess. I thought there might be more. Let's have a natter with Manana. Yeah? Being I've smelt it.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Listen, brother, there's something important I need to talk to you about.
What's that, boy?
Tilts his head slightly.
Now's your chance. Remember, communists are notoriously skittish, so it's best to insinuate your way in.
I'm investigating a peculiar smell, one with revolutionary implication.
Could be coming from one of the jam lorries. Cargo's been sitting out for a while.
It involves our mutual friend, Kraz. Put your hands next to your head and curl your fingers like deer antlers.
Don't think I've ever met a Kras personally. Then again, I've never been to Grad.
There's one eye at you.
Okay, maybe it's time to abandon the subtle approach.
I'm looking for a secret cabal of mole people.
You might have to look elsewhere for help with that.
He scratched his chin.
Okay, maybe it's time to abandon
I'm looking for
the
some
subtle
people
approach.
who know how to really grind a sausage, if you know what I mean.
Have you tried a butcher shop?
He looks at you with perfect equanimity.
Okay, maybe it's time to
Well, I'm
abandon
trying to say I'm looking
the
for
subtle
communists,
approach.
you know any?
Ah, now I see. Can't say I'm surprised. You seem to take your communism seriously. Not a bad thing, mind you. It's good for a man to take time to think about the whole socio-political world picture.
Oh, he certainly likes to take his time with things, especially when politics are at issue.
So you've given up copying and now you're hunting comunistas. Care to say why?
I'm a sort of quest about my political potential, and I need their help.
A fellow plains roamer in search of greater understanding. A classic story.
Nods approvingly.
I wish I could help. Unfortunately, I don't know many comunistas.
I thought you and you guys were all communists.
Some are, some aren't. It's a big institution, room for all kinds. Comunistas, Seminist supremacists, even an anti-institutional boyadero.
There is warmth in his voice when he talks about the Union. Whatever his personal politics, this is his home. All right, so if he isn't personally a communist, he's definitely hanging out with them.
Ah, but you know, I did meet a genuine ideologo a few months ago. Perhaps he's your guy.
What's an ideologo?
You know, a guy with a theory. Someone who likes to pit his theory against other theories in deadly theory combat.
Ah. So, I can't think of anyone who isn't a bad joke that isn't worth knowing about. How do you meet him?
It was late one night as I was leaving the arbor. He was waiting on the corner in a bright white jacket. Classic Saramirizian style.
It's not Kuno, Panda. Kuno's ideology is fucking it. Kuno's ideology is fuck it.
He asked me for a light. We shared cigarettes. Then he asked me if I ever thought about getting into some of the extra physical branches of communism.
Sounds like he was trying to recruit you to the homosexual underground.
I don't think so, Oya. I took it to mean he was asking me to join some sort of underground cell. A very old school organizing technique. The sort of thing comunistas used to do before the revolution.
What do you tell him?
The same thing I always tell people who try to press some claim on me. I said, every boyadero rides alone.
Okay, how do I find this guy?
I couldn't tell you. Once I declined his offer, we finished our cigarettes and he disappeared back into the night. Just before he melted into the shadows, he turned to me and said, "Remember Dobrava and Abadanais." And then he was gone.
Who are Dobrava and Abadanais?
I don't know. Guess not everyone remembers.
A tight half smile crosses his face. I think it means.
Been wondering about that myself. Some comunista inside talk could be. Not meant for the wider public. They love that kind of thing. You'd have to ask someone who knows the ideologo personally. I have to say though, it sounds like you found yourselves a proper hunt.
The man whispers a jaunty tune. A coastal breeze ruffles his hair.
Thanks, Mariana. Nice to talk to you. There's an ideologue out here. And there's... Oh! Hello! Oh, free drug! Yeah, thing I need to do is, I got some business with the guy dude, probably. Oh, I've got this as well.
You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
I think I should boost my rhetoric quickly. You see, my rhetoric is very important for opening doors. Just so important, you know? Which ones? I know I've got the shirt that gives me rhetoric. Mr. Everard has yet to help me find my gun, but this is... nothing dropping rhetoric? Yeah, that's all I got. Unless the one pool is, I guess. No, it doesn't.
You're back before the cargo container.
Hey, chat.
Its drawer has not lessened since
you want me to give it another try?
If anything,
because I'm about to press the button.
Slightly.
Do it. Do whatever you may, chat. Feed me. Feed me, hinder me, whichever you choose. I would prefer you helped me, because I think it will be very, very funny if I manage this. But, you know, who knows what will happen.
And, as it's always been, it's impossible to open a container with rhetoric. Maybe you're losing your mind.
I'll have another chance later. I'm a big old rhetorical boy, I guess. I'm gonna... I'm gonna put on an outfit before I have a natter with yeah, drama might be good for this overall, actually. Come on, let's put on my jacket. Let's put on my drama. Let's do it. Authority's probably good against that dude. I mean, Authority's never gonna be amazing, but like... I have actually put this scarf on. Yeah, I did briefly. I mean, maybe just boosting my lowest stats is the correct choice, but like, I'm kind of just like... I'm torn, because maybe I want authority for doing whatever art as a leader. But maybe I want logic. Maybe I want drama. You have nothing to add to me. Don't talk to him. He's lovely, but he's a bit of a rambler. Oh.
Yes, of course. Now we're on the right track.
Ale.
It smells like... We're getting crates and pallets calling to mind. Vast stands of winter pines. A swirl of ancient odors absorbed by heavy carpet fibers. But also a pervasive, treacly sweetness that somehow reminds you of cola nuts. The whole place could probably use a good deep cleaning, you think?
Well, smelling much communism around the Union boss's office?
Okay, I'm detecting.
Meanwhile, Everard Clare clatters away on his typewriter, willfully indifferent to your presence.
I love that Kim knows what I'm doing at this point. Bloody hell. Oh. Also, interesting that Everard's model is his entire friggin' desk. Oh. That's not a fishing rod. That is not a fishing rod, is it? It's... Yeah, what is that? It's not a fishing rod. I'm not sure what it is. Presumably not crucial to the plot.
Mr. Dubois, every worker...
A member of the board?
That's right, Mr. Dubois. I see the socialist democratic fervour now burns in your heart, too. How can I help you today?
I just finished investigating the local drug trade.
Ah, yes. Your side investigation. Thank you. You've got some spirit clearing up phony drug accusations alongside this murder. I'll talk to the mayor and see if I can get you the key to the city, Harry. Now let's talk real business.
Actually, Rivershaw doesn't have a mayor.
Thanks, Encyclopedia.
He refuses to discuss it further. It's probably just a small nuisance to him. Not even a speck of anger in his voice. That's that then.
Turns out the strikers were being served an alcoholic brew. I stopped it.
I don't know what that means, Harry, but I love it. I love your initiative. Knowing you're out there keeping things running lets me focus on the big picture stuff.
Okay, the truth of it was I didn't particularly want, if shit went down, for one team to be sloshed.
Don't even tell me what was going on. Alcoholic brew? Stronger? Stopped it? Strike? I'm just gonna let you surprise me, Harry.
Looking for a set of underground communists. Can you help me?
Mr. Dubois, really? Do I look like a man who has time for underground communists? I'm as above ground as it gets.
Terrific.
That's a non sequitur, if you've ever heard one.
Let's drop the funny stuff. I'm trying to make contact with my revolutionary brethren.
Sure thing, Harry. We're all business now. The answer is still no. I'm a busy man, as you can see. I don't block off time on my schedule for underground types.
Arya, the thing is, there is implications of stuff like that, right? Like, when you discuss your head voices with Kim, he responds... Basically, you come to the conclusion that he does the same thing, but with his notebook. Basically. Like, it seems like people in this world are working on the same stat system as you. In a way, at least. And it's interesting to interpret it that way. It's very neat.
That note of contempt in his voice is sincere, sire.
Thanks, Drama. Drama was useful.
You've already spoken with Manana, as I understand. I'm afraid I don't have anything else for you on this subject.
Oh, Panda, yeah, no, I shaved. I shaved, Panda. Do you like my new look, Panda? Yeah, it's awful. Oh, he looks awful. And then the expression looked even worse. And then I turned off the expression, and now he just looks so fucking sad. I feel so bad.
That's all you're going to get out of him, it appears.
Yeah, rhetoric with him as well would be a strong one.
Now, was there anything else you wish to discuss today?
Ideation and the murder.
Most certainly, Harry. Nothing brightens my day like brainstorming these things with you.
I think at this point, being that the others know about it, it's worth running this by over. Ah, there's a bullet in his head.
So they shot him?
He sounds presently surprised.
He was shot in the head before he was hanged.
How odd. I don't know what to say, Lieutenant. They told me they hanged him. A hanged man is what I saw when I took a look into that yard.
It's impossible to say if he's telling the truth, sire.
Bloody hell. Oh, even with the success, I don't know.
What I do know is the case is in safe hands.
God damn
if anyone can get to the bottom of this shot and hanged man, it's my two little policemen. Godspeed, policeman.
Gods, let's change the subject.
By all means, Harry. What's on your mind?
I'm making a choice quick. I mailed the signatures you asked me to get.
No, you didn't. I know the mailman, Harry. I know everyone and everything that happens in this town, and I know there's no letter in that mailbox yet. Just like I know you'll get it done. Once you stop horsing around, let me know when it's done.
You mean the fishing village?
Yes, the little cul-de-sac on the coast, where all the men have drowned, in either the sea or the bottle. A gloomy place, doesn't have that Union attitude.
You don't see them as part of you. What will happen to them?
They are just going to have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings. Right next to a fancy new youth centre, designed by the best architects from Stella Marie.
Is he absolutely sure the tenants won't be thrown out in the street?
Are you sure no one's going to end up homeless?
Am I? Harry, these people, Martinez is the most important thing in my life. I would never let anything bad happen to them. We're going to build a youth centre there. The value of their properties goes up and kids have a place to play in. I'm looking out for these people, not pulling the rug from under them, Harry. I'm looking out for all of Martinez, not just the harbour.
He means it.
He thinks he's doing the right thing. Thinks he's doing the right... He's not. He's fucking people over, but...
By all means, Harry. What's on your mind?
Guess it's time to post a bloody letter, huh? Oh, God. Oh, no. Hold on, let's see if you're sniffable. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Snoof, snoof, snoof. Okay. No, you're not communist enough to smell. Okie dokie. Yeah, but rhetoric helped. Huh. You know what? I'm keeping this out for a bit. Why not? Come on, Harold. Or, well, no, you're not Harold. I've established your Tequila Sunrise, or whatever the fuck I put in the title. Just don't question it. It's fine. And also, I feel like having a chat with Measurehead. I don't know why. I'm not sure there's a reason to chat with Measurehead, but I do want to punch Measurehead in the face for what that's worth, so... I don't need to, but...
Your race descent has only worsened since I last saw you. You have really let yourself go.
And what do you think about this?
I think this racist is better than the last. But the next racist will be the really good one.
How do you know there'll be a next racist?
There always is.
Race is reality.
What are these tattoos supposed to mean?
Racists are generally not very good examples of their race.
Gestures towards the lorryman down the street.
Welcome to Revachol. You hear him yell at a redhead woman visiting the fritter nearby.
God, I want to punch all the racists in this game.
He must think redheads are immigrants.
He doesn't even... Oh my god. He's so racist he hates redheads? Fucking hell.
I am not like them. I am craniometric perfection.
I have taken the trouble to permanently draw a phrenology grid on my skull and features. This should dispel any doubt.
You sure I'm not craniometrically superior to you?
You exhibit forward projection of the jaw, indicative of schizophrenia and sexual inaccountability. From a purely aesthetic standpoint, the dimple in your jaw makes you look like a baby. This is not craniometry, just an observation.
What else?
It is impossible to see any more of your bone structure. It is covered in the ravages of Al-Ghul. From what remain of your features, I can see fleshy lips, baldness of the head, and long arms relative to lower limbs. This leads me to conclude you are not a police officer. You are a common criminal, an offspring of murderers and sailors from Sur la Clé and Vesper, and possibly even the degenerate sheep herders of Ubi.
Interesting, so one of my ancestors was Sur la Clé and the other Vesper?
Your racial heritage is uninteresting. It is the same as all Rivasholians. Your parents and their parents made the decision to reproduce while under the influence of Al-Ghul. That is the only reason you are here. He's right there.
It's almost impossible to get it on unless you're both drunk. It's too scary when people are sober.
Yeah, I'm not subscribing to his race theory bullshit. Oh, hold on. There's a box back there.
Your race descent has only...
Oh, I've missed a box. I can't punch the man because I've already gotten past him enough. But, like... Oh, hold on. What was that? What was that one? 3 T's, how idiomatic. Okay, so we need to make some calls. I need to post this letter.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito and bullet holes in the front.
I knew we'd get to use this mailbox for something.
Yes, for sending mail.
Ah, yeah.
You drop the white envelope in the darkness. It lands with a soft thud on what sounds like a couple of letters. About a week's worth of mail as collected in there. They'll empty this very soon. Probably did the right thing. You can't trust that slug, Everard. You know he's going to play you somehow.
Yeah.
All right, let's go back to Everard. If we don't mention anything to him, he won't know before it's too late.
Yeah, no, I guess that the drunks count. But, yeah. Okay. Oh.
Droplets of rain fall on the white on blue police livery of the motor carriage.
Wait, why am I even thinking about this? Wasn't I supposed to...
Do something important? Something murder-related? There's always something important. Doesn't mean you can't take a moment to admire this piece of machinery.
Yes.
This is a Caprice Kanema, the Caprice Motor Corps follow-up to their highly successful workhorse, Caprice 40, and the answer to the Lum's racing breed, Ferv series. With its air-cooled, rear-mounted 12-cylinder compression ignition engine, driving the rear wheels through a 4-speed manual gearbox, the Kanema is able to reach 100 kilometers per hour in 13.5 seconds and go on to a top speed of 180 kilometers an hour.
Will it roll over it in the first sharp corner?
The high center of balance is offset by a large battery bank mounted at the bottom of the cabin, feeding all the auxiliary systems and making the Kanema effectively a mobile power plant.
Don't just send attention to the tech was really rubbing me the right way here.
Due to a quite steep price tag, it is very unusual to see one in police livery.
That machine really puts the loco back in locomotion. Very cool.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't smile.
You want to take a closer look?
What's it packing there?
130.
I reckon that's a 7-litre V12 there.
So that's what, 7-litre V12?
7.2. Supercharged.
Lieutenant is trying to suppress a smug smile, unsuccessfully.
Saying these words brings him immense joy.
A fine machine when you hand over the smooth metal surface.
Yes. An extraordinary machine.
There's gentleness in the lieutenant's voice and his eyes run over the vehicle's content.
It's nice and all, but why so modest? Put some zing into it. Flare it up. Slam it down.
You just slam it, Kim. Make it more imposing.
Sorry, I'm not following you.
Lingo it up.
Drop the ride 200 mil, get the camber to frosty minuses?
No. That's porno tuning.
Use bigger words.
It's what?
Porno. That's short for pornography.
Pornography is something completely different, Kim.
That's a negative on the porno. Thank you, Dave.
No one in the history of convictions has been more sure of
Okay,
anything.
let's move. I guess.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Kim, what is this?
This is the Caprice Kinema.
I say
a motor
immediately
carriage.
after know what it is.
You can use the toolbox and the radio if you...
Motor carriage, motor carriage. Something bad with a motor carriage. A dark lump rises in your throat.
Do all policemen in RCM have such cool motor carriages?
The Caprice motorcar does provide most of our patrol vehicles, yes.
But this is different. This is a sports
I'm
model.
not wrong, this one's a sports model, right?
You're right. I didn't take you for a motorcar enthusiast. Do you also like tip-top, detective?
No, I don't care about motor. I just know about random things.
Oh, I guess it's not for everyone.
What's the sinking feeling I have with the words motor carriage?
Nothing. It's probably nothing. Forget I brought it up. Please proceed.
They
with the
definitely
carefree
wanted
lolly
to do
in the
this like
cabin.
that one
You
earlier.
see a set.
Radio.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
I need to report a dead body on the Martinez Boardwalk.
One moment.
You can get shuttling through some papers.
Can you please describe the body? Age, sex, cause of death?
Unidentified middle-aged man, height 175 centimeters, dark hair, medium build. Looks like he slipped, fell through a hole in the boardwalk, and hit his head against the metal bench.
We suspect he might have been inebriated when he fell. There were bottles all around him, and traces of vomit on his shirt.
Any signs of violence?
No, it seems like it was an accident.
No field autopsy necessary.
She repeats.
You can hear her quickly typing in the background.
What about his belongings? Did you examine his clothes?
He was wearing boots, trousers, and an old leather jacket with a bright blue lining. I found a library card from his pockets.
Any information on the library card?
Central General Public Library belongs to someone named Billy Mugin.
Good. You have a lead. Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the case, or should I assign it to someone else?
We're taking the case.
I have assigned the case to Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi. Please follow up on this library lead to identify the man. We'll send someone to take the body to the morgue. That's all for now. Thank you for reporting in. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Connect me to General Public Library, please.
Hold on, officer. I've got Central Jamrock Public Library on the line, and I've already introduced you to their librarian. Connecting the call in 2, 1.
Yes, this is Central Jamrock Public Library here. How can I help you, officer?
A male librarian answers the call.
He sounds worried, yet ready to assist. This is how people get when the police call.
I'm looking for any information that you can provide on Billy Majan, Rita.
Billy Majan, you said. Give me a moment, I'll have to check our database.
He puts down the receiver.
On Moreau Drive in central Jamrock, in a darkened hall lit by orange desk lamps far away from the noise outside, a middle-aged man taps commands into an old radio computer. A printout falls on the desk. Behind him, a lonely reader scours some dusty bookshelves, looking for a paperback.
Yes, hello, are you still there? I found Billy Majan's home address, is that alright? No phone number, unfortunately.
You can hear him fiddle with the printout.
They're too poor to have a phone line.
Yes, home address is fine.
Here we go, sir. Rue de Saint-Gislain, 33B, apartment number 20. It's in Martinez, I believe. Capeside Apartments, it says. That's all.
That's where the smoker on the balcony lives, isn't it?
Do you have any other information on Billy Majon?
It says here that they returned their last book just a few days ago, but I wasn't at work that day.
You know someone who was?
Marie? Marie? Do you remember a reader named Billy Majon? They returned a Tybalt book the other day.
Here's someone answer from a bar.
Maurice, what? A woman yells. Then, yes, okay, if it was the police, she starts explaining something.
Yes, it was my colleague Marie. She said that it was Billy's husband who returned the book. He also asked for this new sci-fi release, Lowe's Radio City 87, but we don't have it yet.
Good. You have a name now.
Do you know the husband's name?
Sorry, no. Marie only knows him by sight.
And Marie described to me what the husband looked like?
Marie?
Passes.
She said it was an older man, and that she's pretty sure he'd had a drink or two the last time she saw him.
What was he wearing?
1 second.
Librarian turns away from the phone again and relays the question.
Sorry, Marie wasn't really paying any attention to that.
So, Billy Majon is a woman, not a man. How do your colleague know that it was her husband?
Marie knows Billy. She's been working here longer than me. Sometimes her husband returns some books for her.
Okay, right, just... I didn't like the way that question was worded, just in case it was a gay couple, but, like, yeah. In fact, they are... wanted to confirm that.
And then goes for a little drink later. On the lookout.
Thank you, that's all for me. I have no other questions.
Happy we could help. Goodbye, officer.
The librarian hangs up and the call gets redirected back to the station with a soft click.
Anything else you need from me?
I'm done with the radio for now.
57th, over and out.
Her voice disappears into the void.
In the cabin, you see a set of...
I will, let Evarp know about that. I wanted to go to the apartment buildings anyway, but, okay. Do I want to buy Kuno's pants? No, not that much. Reality lowdown. I feel like I should have completed this, but Joyce only answered so many of my questions. That's not happening. I'm going to try and find the weapon. I'll talk to Everart. Keep sniffing. I thought I was doing that, but it sort of didn't give me the opportunity. Need to go give something to Gart. Inspect the traps. Whirling in rags. Ruby on the coast. Ravers nightclub. Talk about our associates. I might be popping back to the building for that. Figurines to Dolores Day. Make Van Eyck's... Yep, get the tape to Egghead. Annoyed. Yep, need to deal with that. Yep. I think we've covered most of this. But I do also want to put back on my tie. My tie is important. Okay. Also, oh, blimey, the ads are about to start in 4 minutes. Hold on, let's see if I can get one of the quicker conversations done while I'm at it. Oh yeah, smoker on the balcony.
Hi again, gendarme.
No.
Bye-bye, gendarme.
You're just the one who just says, like, one thing and nothing else. All that money, apparently. I doubt there's anything else to talk to on you.
Can I help you?
Gart, I found a new bird for the whirling.
What is this thing?
It's so big, I just thought it would look nice on the wall. I'm that kind of cop.
What, the interior decorating kind? You know, I'm sorry. This is actually a nice bird. A competent piece of taxidermy.
He expects the bird somewhat suspiciously, then mellows.
I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess. So, I don't know. Thank you. I'm gonna go with thank you.
People just don't know how to accept gifts, especially taxidermy. He likes it. He likes the bird. It solves his broken bird problem. This was mostly about the fucking cardio. Massive cardio here. You'll live till 90, or you get a heart attack from running.
Thanks, Endurance.
I feel good about our work here today. It's all about the little things, like bringing people random stuffed animals.
It's not actually about that, but he liked it.
Goodbye. Hi, Gary the crypto-fascist.
Boy, am I ever so grateful to you, officer. But I'm not the only one who wants to thank you.
This was Lena. Yeah.
It's great to see you again, officer.
He grins.
My wife can't wait to thank you. Go on, talk to her.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a long conversation once I start talking to them. So, I'm going to do the ad break quick. It's getting quite late. I'm still quite zonked, but, you know, let's do 3 minutes. Let's do a bit of ads, you know? And then I'll at least finish the Lena conversation. If not, some of the other minor things around town. And then I'll probably raid someone. After I've reached a nice point. Because I feel like I'm actually making good progress with the game at this point. I might be wrong. But you know, I feel like I've done quite a lot. But yeah, back in a little bit. Don't think about it too hard. Don't think about it too hard. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything is fine. I'm the elite sniper. Don't you know? The elitist. Snipers. Oh. Elite. Dax is a side stream. Elite sniper. Damn it! Joke. This is ethical. Oh yeah, that gets out of the car. I'm noticing some minor glitches in this version that weren't in the original. I'm just the piss girl. I just piss all over this fucking place like a race horse. Egg. 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 I'm hungry now. God damn it. I've saved the games.
Can I offer you a delicious egg in this trying time?
Chat is just egg now.
Egg.
Fuck.
Egg. Egg.
Egg.
Egg. Egg. Egg. Egg.
A story. Oh no, the egg is taking over. Wasn't he the egg man? Then what?
Nick.
Nick is the egg man. What is?
Suits and boots, guys. We got something.
Why don't I just shut this door on them? Oh. Through the window. Wow, I'm enjoying video games. God, I'm dumb. Sorry, bud. Don't really want to deal with your shit. I'll be honest. Just so you know. There we go. Problem solved. Uh-oh. Oh, blimey heck. Uh-oh. Oh, my second monitor turned itself off.
What was that about?
Hopefully this didn't mess stuff up too much.
Because, it definitely is.
Oh, good.
Shit.
Okay. Egg. Right. Apologies. My OBS window got... I have a TV as my second monitor, and I got it second hand, and I cannot turn off the power saving mode that I don't need personally. So it kind of occasionally turns itself off.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out. I hope we haven't been too much trouble for you.
No, I was just on my way while I was working the case.
Here, I want to give you a small token of my gratitude. It's a tie. Mexican origin. The pin is an antique. Quite special.
And to a thin ribbon held together by a silver bird skull.
The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. It's in the shape of an avian skull with 8 eyes.
Oh, that's rad.
You could ask her about this when you get the time. It's probably a cryptid, but the phasmid, of course, is more important.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, you never told me you'd seen the phasmid.
Oh, you don't want to hear about some old woman's ramblings.
Ramblings? Nonsense. Your description of the phasmid is the most precise I've ever heard.
But, darling, I didn't even get the size of it right.
You were a child, my dear. Really. It's extraordinary what you were able to describe. Now go on. Tell our friend about it. He's proven his interest in the field.
Reflexively, the lieutenant reads his familiar notebook.
Well, it was summer. I was building a racing track out of sand on the beach near a tall stand of reeds. Quite a tall one. Many times my height, I remember. When, all of a sudden...
Wait, where was this and how old were you?
I'm getting ahead of myself. I was 5.5 in Betancourt in the suburbs. My grandmother had a summer home there.
She'd just started forming memories. Real memories. Not the billowy haze of infanthood.
What happened?
The strangest moment of my life. I looked up and one of the reeds moved. Not like a plant, but like a living thing. It stood up and looked at me. Its body unfolded like some antique toy. I've never seen anything like it.
She had no fear, just surprise.
I didn't know this can happen, so I reached my arm and touched the thing. It felt just like a stalk of reed, but it moved, swaying, towering above me. After a while, 20 seconds, a minute maybe, it left, went into the reeds.
Looks at you. For a whip?
I tried, but I was only a child. There was mud and high water. I couldn't see it anymore. I was just standing there, knee-deep in mud, looking around me.
Where did you go? Don't go.
What?
I ran back home to my grandmother and asked her if reeds could walk, and told her they were looking at me. Of course, she just laughed at me, but I knew what I'd seen. For years, it was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress boys. That sort of thing. Of course, most people just took it as a strange, amusing anecdote. So did I, honestly. But then I met Morel.
We were on a date. Can you imagine? She tells me a story, and it's the most detailed report of the Insulindian phasmid I've ever heard. The sounds. She told me it hissed.
So that's how they met. This is beyond significant for them.
It did, yes. Like reeds in a gust of wind.
Must be because it was a reed in a gust of wind. Oh no, I don't want to be.
The way it moved, the colour, how some of its limbs were white, like marble. It matched perfectly with what I know from other accounts. It was amazing. If it weren't for Lena, I might have given up hope years ago. It's no exaggeration to say that she restored my faith in my profession.
He looks with her with admiration, forgetting a wide smile on his face. You were on a date?
Our first, yes.
Older woman looks at her husband tenderly.
The glance is tender, yes, but tempered by something else. A thought she can't express, even to him. Interesting.
Its limbs are white?
Not all of them. There is some white coloration reported, along with beige, where the camouflage ends.
How big was it?
It's hard to say how big things are when you're quite small yourself. To me, it seemed to be taller than I was then, but that's probably not the case.
I want to know what Kim thinks. And what do you think of this?
I thought it was a wonderful story, man.
Closes his notes and gives her a simple smile. Thank goodness Kim's liked it.
But I don't believe it. A child left unattended on a warm day. Children make up stories and then end up believing them.
Thank you for sharing this.
You're welcome, sweetie. I do appreciate the chance to relive it whenever I get one. It was just such an impossibly sunshiny day. So warm.
And she could get up and walk right into the reeds on her own. Into the mud. Anywhere.
It's all for now, man. Oh yeah, buddy?
Nothing like the gratitude of a good woman. Now then, what can I do for you?
Gives you a gruff pat on the shoulder.
He tries to play it cool, remain professorial, but inside, this man is itching for some news on those traps.
Tease him for a bit. You know Gary was hiding the armor?
Hell no. I had no idea. And I'm still cross with him, to be honest. It's not like him. He's got his quirks, but dishonesty, disloyalty are not one of them.
Thanks.
The man mutters in the distance. He doesn't say more.
He's still glad his friend stood up for him.
I checked all the traps.
Good. Okay. And?
One of them was empty.
Completely empty?
The geologist's eyes grow wide.
Surprise, tempered with fear and trepidation. He doesn't know what to think yet. Maybe you're joking?
Yes, there was nothing in the trap. No locusts, no phasmid.
No locusts? No phasmid either?
That's not ideal, but...
He rubs his chin.
It just means the Insulindian phasmid is even more clever than we thought.
Of course, more clever.
The detective whispers to himself.
You're dealing with a subject near and dear to their hearts. It might behove you to tread lightly.
Yes, the Phantasmadeia picked off the locusts and escaped. This is good news, though we'll have to reconsider the design of the traps, make them more secure.
Another trip to the reeds.
Are you sure you've exhausted all the alternative explanations?
Of course we have.
The cryptozoologist's face flushes with indignation.
Wait, Morel. He may have a point. We have an obligation to rule out other hypotheses.
You're right, dear. It's a fair point. But what other explanation could there be?
He turns to you.
Pardon me. This is a big deal for us. You've helped us twice now, and brought some great news too. My gratitude, and the gratitude of the Société Cryptozoologique de Ravachol is yours.
Heartfelt gratitude. But does it feel like closure? What really happened?
Thank you, it's an honor.
He says with a
We should
straight
probably return to our main investigation here. This has been refreshing, but...
Helping cryptozoologists isn't really a priority for our organization, is it? The lieutenant looks out the window, impatiently.
Interesting, something's up with the trap. Kuno's a hooligan, considered alternatives.
Consider the way the empty trap was disturbed, as though shaken. Most likely the hands of a young person. Hands small enough to fit inside the trap, too. You should ask the red-headed boy. Kuno.
I think a little hooligan called Kuno may have stolen the locusts.
A little hooligan? But what would a child want with bags?
Oh, my dear Morel. You've been an old man for too long. Kids love to torment insects almost as much as they love to torment old folks.
I'll talk to little gremlin and see if anything comes up.
Delinquents. My favorite.
Doesn't sound like it's really his favorite.
Oh, you've been such a dear to us. Please, let us know whatever you turn up. I have a feeling we're getting so close.
I mean, this is the first time anything Panda has said has turned out to be vaguely accurate.
I see you've got all the help you need. I'll see you tonight at my place. Let's play suzerainty, but no more field trips for me.
And turns his companions.
After this is your last chance to talk to Gary.
Oh dear.
Really, Gary? We're getting somewhere here. I'd love to play suzerainty, but...
Lena, I'm sorry, but you're not getting anywhere. It was some kids. I know the little mutants around here. Leave anything out in the open and they'll steal it, even if it's bugs.
Looks at his tea.
Morel, it's been fun, really. But I need a bath, and I have deliveries to handle. When this tea is done, I gotta run.
No need to apologise, Geary. You'd be more than helpful. We'll have to take a rain check on that game of suzerainty today, though. We're gonna follow this through.
I guess my last chance to talk
Always
to
a pleasure to see an officer of the law.
Wearing this shirt.
I mean, officers.
Yeah, I guess that is an indication that the armor could be missed if you didn't catch on to him at this point. Meaning you'd have to commit to that guess. Oh my god. Double vision protection. A slender bolo tie held together by an antique clasp in the shape of a bird skull. The skull features 8 cavities for eyes. It's disturbing, but you can't look away. That's... Oh, it's better than the necktie. But... It's the neckties, my friend. Neckties, my important friend. Can't betray the necktie. No time to once again reorganize my entire friggin' inventory. I will keep it around. And if there's something that needs volition, I've still got it. Nice and easy. Missing insect case. Find the row, the trap's empty. It's probably just Kuno. Almost guaranteed. Kuno did it. I think Kuno did it. I feel like perhaps Kuno did it. Oh, did I solve this already?
The tracks are as they have ever been. A bit more worn, perhaps.
Yeah, no, same stuff. Hey, Kuno!
Fuck does Kuno care?
You wouldn't happen to know anything about missing locusts?
No, Kuno doesn't give a fuck about bugs.
So he knows locusts are bugs.
Oh my god, I told you that shit is lame!
Shut up, see.
Now they're gonna take you to lame prison!
She sounds like she's about to cry, out of disappointment at Kuno's newfound lameness.
Now, what's this about?
Deny everything, Kuno. You need to lawyer up.
Kuno's not gonna say anything without his lawyer present.
Lame. That rings some bells. Could this be connected to Night City? AKA, the City of Rage.
Kuno, is this about Rage City?
Oh god, Kuno, no! It's gonna happen now. They're gonna make you lame.
Stop it, see. No one's gonna make anyone lame. Kuno's got this under control.
There's definitely something going on here. You should check out Kuno's shack, the one with the pig's head.
Oh.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Kuno's not going to admit to it, so just literally, I'm just gonna go into his house and find the bugs, huh? Apparently Kuno's gonna have a heart attack. Good for you, Kuno. Enjoy it. Enjoy your heart attack. I'm going into the basement of this abandoned commercial district. Oh. Okay, this is...
Only the red cable is plugged into the breaker box, while the black one lies neglected on the floor.
Unplug the red cable.
An electric sizzle. The room is slightly quieter now.
Like in the black cable?
Somewhere, a machine hums along with the current. Happy, and something close to you.
Why did you do that?
It's black, the color of the immeasurable cosmos.
The lieutenant raises his brows. Somewhere in the dark, a giant electrical mammal stirs to life.
You can turn off the bear. Interesting.
An electric sizzle. This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
Okay, so the machine is unplugged. I'm still not necessarily strong enough, but let's give it another go, shall I? Yeah. Boost me physical instrument a bit. I feel like one of these makes me strong. I guess the pain threshold's something. Oh my god, that's a look, huh? Gloves help. Do I have anything else that's lowering physical instrument?
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand crank.
I think actually I should remove the pry bar.
This orange machine is dead still. It has. You slip your fingers under the. No. This is going to need something else. If you want to try again, then you.
Equip the pry bar by.
Okay, so I'm probably needing something better than this pry bar, but it's still not
This
that
orange
good.
machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
Can I hand crank? Let's try.
Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. In the distance, it's all gone now. You'll never become a poet or an entrepreneur.
Shit, yeah, no. That definitely means I killed that.
What better to assuage the creeping sense of failure than some frozen fat and sugar?
Yeah, I definitely destroyed the thing. Oh, I destroyed the thing.
The ice squeaks beneath the pry bar. You see the pry bar's
Yeah, well, that's a good pry bar. I'm not criticizing it. I have no idea.
Sooner or later.
Feel really... I deliberately avoided doing that the last time, and I just went ahead and did it anyway. I mean, heck, I've got saves. If I ever want to try that again, I can probably do it off camera. Oh, shadows are being a bit funny. But, yeah, god damn it, me. Can't help it, can I?
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing.
Seems like a note. It means there are.
He likes this find.
Okay, nothing additional. They want to confirm that I have in fact turned off the fridge.
The bear's eyes are.
Yeah, you can just turn it off, I guess. Oh, I need the torch. That's,
Tiles on the cube are still like a smooth draw. The filament slides. The speaker comes to life.
Good morning. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
Let's try the password.
Good. Please repeat the password.
Afterlife, death.
Good. I've unlocked the production schedule. After ending the call, please press print to access the filament.
Really? She just used the same password? Maybe those radio computer guys aren't that paranoid after all.
Lieutenant seems autos won't discover that any murmurs.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
That's all for now.
Thank you, and goodbye.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in with a quiet determination. The printer starts printing, a piece of paper unfolding like a handheld fan. A black crisscross of letters covers its surface.
Read the printout.
It's a project report written by the lead producer, Andrew Andy Schott, about Whirl Untethered, a radio game developed by Studio Fortress Accident. The first few pages give an overview of the capital and workforce, while the rest of it seems to be a production schedule.
Read about the workforce. Who worked there how long?
Fortress Accident employed 18 people, the bulk of the team composed of writers and concept artists. There were also radio programmers, sound engineers, a CEO, 2 marketing experts, and a single overburdened producer who developed a habit of popping Pyrrolidon in the basement to escape his obligations. But on the other hand, their obligations were piling up at an inhumane rate, a rate that could only be amended by Pyrrolidon. Why did Fortress Accident have so many concept artists?
Why did a radio game need so many artists?
It didn't.
Did it need so many concept artists?
No, definitely not. A few more producers could have come in handy though, especially when dealing with writers, some of whom routinely skip to work because of mental health issues and extremely unprofessional sleep schedules.
Oh no, it's me.
One of them even managed to steal some valuable company property before skipping town for good.
Money?
In its short time of existence, Fortress Accident SCA managed to burn through truly insane amounts of money. The first tranche of seed financing brought in 150,000 Ria, but then came the delays. Eventually, the damage reached 400,000 Ria, with only half of the game finished. 400,000 Real? You're my yo. These guys knew how to party.
Where they get all this money?
Let's just say it was a real adventure for their Igaunian investor.
Give them through the production schedule, whatever it is.
The production schedule depicts their glorious descent into bankruptcy.
Because of the concept artists?
Not the concept artists. It wasn't even the writers, with their panic attacks and 3-hour lunches. It was impossible not to fail. The project was too large, and no amount of money could satiate the ever-expanding ambitions of the development team. They tried to make a 4 million Real game with 400,000 in their bank account. They thought they could bridge the gap with pure willpower and imagination. They couldn't.
Must have done it with their own ambition.
No. Even then, success remained within an ever-narrowing margin of possibility that, despite everything, never entirely disappeared. That is, until they discovered the Valley of the Heads. At the 11th hour, the lead designer, Jimsk-born Suliswaf Jalisa, decided that what Whirl Untethered needed was a secret mystical location at the extreme edge of the map.
Oh, God.
This place was to be the Valley of the Heads, where the heads of all the headless constructs could be found. The player would have been able to choose a head for their headless party member, and each head would have been voiced on air by a professional actor.
This is some insane shit. Who are these people?
The world had never seen their kind before, and might never again.
How many heads were there?
So many. The last count, there were approximately 10,000 heads for 10,000 headless men, all of which could be endlessly recombined.
How many combinations could you make out of that?
Do you really want to know? There seems to be a calculation here, but it may take a while.
Yeah, how bad could it be? Yeah. 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 Uh-oh. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that...
The lieutenant taps his foot impatiently, his arms folded tight against his chest. He's dying for a cigarette. Come to think of it, you are too.
Oh no! What have I done? Oh. Oh God.
What if you broke the radio computer? What if it's never going to stop?
Oh. And that's it. Okay.
And that's it.
Okay, so that's what did them in.
Well, yeah, that and the catastrophic data loss.
That must be the anomaly Suna mentioned the church log.
On the nature of the data loss, there's ominously little information in the production log. It comes at the very end, where things get fuzzy and dark, where tables and numbers seem to vanish into an eerie nothingness, before the Igaunian investors pulled the plug. What is clear is that one day, an unidentified numeric anomaly occurred on the East Insulindian Lintel front, just as the Wirral Untethered project was being compiled that day.
And the anomaly caused all the data to get lost in the air?
When the project was returned, it was completely blank. The team spent weeks on the phone with Lintel, the service provider, but despite their diagnostics, they could never produce a satisfactory explanation or pay for the loss.
Wasn't there a copy of the game, a backup?
Mysteriously enough, it seems that the off-site copy happened to be on-site when the catastrophic data loss occurred. It was the lead programmer's responsibility to oversee weekly maintenance of the off-site copy and, well, keep it off-site. An explanatory note from the lead programmer has been attached.
What does it say?
S. Luukinen Kilda, the lead programmer of Fortress Accident. The off-site copy was on-site because there was no off-site anymore. Not for me, not after 8 months of crunch. I didn't have a home anymore, so I started keeping it in the basement in the ice bear refrigerator near where I went to sleep. It was perfectly safe there. The temperature conditions were optimal.
God. Not very convincing, is it?
Her former colleagues would agree with you.
Anything else from the lead programmer?
The production schedule ends with a few random notes that seem to be added sometime later.
The notes?
4 months later, by an unknown author. I am the only one left, and it's gotten rather damp here. A few other businesses have gone under, too. Slipstream switched to making skis, and the hairdressers just left, cursing Martinez. They're right, though. Something's seriously wrong with this place. Martinez, all of it. Still haven't got an answer from Lintel about what happened. All I could get were the physical coordinates of the error on the East Insulindian front on that day. Since the computation happened on air, I reckoned it had to coincide with an actually existing location. I have compared the coordinates to a map of Revachol West. Turns out it's only 800 meters from here. The address is Saint-Brun 1147. I am going there to look this thing in the eye. Saint-Brun 1147? That's what the street sign next to the church said. Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent play and print keys shine on the keyboard.
I destroyed the off-site coffee. It might have survived. It might have had some recoverable data. And then I mashed it in the fucking...
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
More questions?
I'm listening.
Intercom.
I'm pretty sure it still doesn't work, but sure. What do you want to know?
Did you know the East Delta pinball was once the Whirling?
Yes, I guess so. The arcade is an ancient failure. Before my time. I'm not surprised, however. My advice? Don't base your business on a fad. Hypnotism, fluorography, trick-track, especially pinball.
Strange thing happened when I tried calling a company named Slipstream SCA. Someone answered.
It can't be true. They don't work here anymore. They've been gone for years. Are you sure it was Slipstream SCA? Was it a woman? Maybe it was Plaisance from the bookstore.
He said she was from Tricentennial Electrics.
Tricentennial Electrics?
There's a moment before she recognizes the name.
It used to be a major electric company 100 years ago. Are you sure it wasn't just some kids playing a prank on you?
No, it was something else. It was eerie. It was too real to be just a prank. Either we're dealing with a professional actress, or...
Maybe in some sort of rare electrical anomaly.
A prank is more likely, no? Oh, the kids these days. We were just one of them, and now they're terrorizing us. No solidarity.
I was wondering about the Whirling Rice. Is it part of the same building?
You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the East Delta Commerce Center project. That explains why you can call the whirling from the intercom, albeit I doubt that anyone responds.
If the whirling is part of the same building, then it's part of the doomed commercial area. The darkness of this place is there, too.
Doorbell with the empty name card was yours?
That's right. I haven't even written my name there. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet. Sure,
Question.
I'm listening.
No.
Good. I hope it clarified things
I'd
a
like to
bit.
order a die.
What else?
And also I'd like to do my shivers. Now I think about it. So... one of you boosts God. You give me the shiver. My shiver. My shivery shivers.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die? Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
Hey everybody, would you like to help me shiver? I'm gonna press the button. Boost my red. Shiver my timbers, chat. Shiver them. I need to go to fucking bed after this. Hey!
A gust of cold air sweeps through the chimney. The stones and minerals on the shelves rattle as though agitated. For a moment, it almost feels as though you're outside the building, exposed to the atmosphere.
It's still just a theory, but hear me out. I think I know your business hasn't failed.
Didn't we already talk about this?
She asks as the wind continues to seep in through the cracks in the old chimney. You're not in the same building as the others. This isn't technically the doomed commercial area.
What are you talking about? My address is exactly the same. Rue de Saint-Guilain 10.
No, the old coal plant that used to be here was subsumed into the new venture. Its ruins swallowed up. Yet it has a different address in the heart of the city.
This used to be the coal plant. That's significant. We're in a chimney of another building.
This doesn't make any sense.
She looks around the makeshift nest that she has carved out for herself, bewildered.
Are you saying my business was spared because of a technicality? Where is this coming from?
It has a different address in the heart of the city.
And what? Does it mean that I'm safe from failure?
Don't let her become complacent. She still needs to ward her soul against the evil forces.
No one's really ever safe from the failure.
She starts laughing, her fingers trying to rub away the exhaustion from her face.
What?
Do you know what this is?
Raise her hand to reveal a piece of metal shining on her index finger. Your lucky charm? Some kind of ward?
It's a mourning ring. I made this when my first company failed. It was a small jewelry shop right here in the East Delta Commerce Center, built with the little I inherited from my parents. I drove it into the ground within a year. I didn't have what you would call a viable business plan.
Why are you telling me this?
It wasn't just the jewelry shop either. I always thought that it was just the world that you were supposed to try again and again until you finally succeed. And now you're telling me what? That it was all because I didn't run my little shops and ventures from a dump inside an abandoned chimney?
Don't call it a dump, you made it nice and here.
Yeah. Or maybe it's the entire world that's cursed. It's such a precarious place. Nothing ever works out the way you want it. That's why people like role-playing games. You can be whoever you want to be, you can try again. Still, there is something inherently violent even about dice rolls. It's like every time you cast a die, something disappears. Some alternative ending, or an entirely different world.
I have dice from the dams the moment.
But anyway, thanks for sharing your theories, officer.
Gives you a time. Okay. I'd like to order a die from you.
Of course. Tell me what you have in mind.
I'm looking for something to help me with my work.
I think I have just the right one for you.
Top drawer of a work desk and takes something out. 2 polyhedrons, red and blue, are cradled in her palm.
Police colours.
Because I'm a police officer, right?
Not the most original, I know. But sometimes the obvious choice is obvious because it's best. Here, catch. They're a gift from me.
I'll see the dice.
A beautiful woman tossing you a gift. Whatever you do, don't overthink it.
-1, totally overthinking.
With
Hey!
the smooth moves, you snatch the dice out of the air with one hand, just like you're in a movie.
God, I hate the fucking Tequila Sunset is better at this than I am in real life. Say nothing, you've done this 1,000 times rather than just 2.
What are the odds? The red one is made of bloodstone with a lapis lazuli inlay, and the blue one is the inverse. Think of them as your lucky charm, officer.
Dice Maker gives you a warm smile.
She smiled at you. She smiled. You truly are Mr. Smooth Moves.
You definitely need luck in Martinez.
He closes her desk.
Was there anything else?
I'd like to order all the die from you.
Of course. Tell me what you have in mind.
You know the Wirral Untethered setting? I want dice for that.
Ah, yes. Fortress Accident. It's too bad they never finished their game. The Wirral Untethered die is a variation of a standard role-playing die. Only, instead of plants, it uses motives of ice and death. And loss, of course. I'm thinking something made from alligator jawbone, cast in black resin. The reptile bone is as white as ice and dead as, well, death. For 7 real, I could have it ready in 8 hours.
Why do you cast it in resin?
Untreated bone is porous and prone to chipping. Cast it in something hard like resin though, and voila, it's perfect.
I should get a different one.
Maybe you have some other ideas for dice?
Cursed dice?
What do you mean by cursed?
Abracadabra, perish like this world.
Alright, how about I surprise you? Come back in 8 hours with 7 real, and maybe you have a star that fell from the firmament? Those cost more than 7 real. Are you sure?
I'm this time myself, Super. I'm afraid it's not worth it, sorry.
Alright, maybe some other die then?
I don't know what die I want.
How about an amber die?
A poor man's gold?
Who told you amber was cheap? It's beautiful, really, and has been treasured since the ancient times. For 7 real, I'll craft you a 13-sided die from piece of amber with a fossilized insect. It's perfect for those who can't seem to let go of their past.
That sounds like me.
I had a feeling.
Oh, there's nothing more.
Maybe you have some other ideas for die?
Oh, I see. I'm starting to realise there's... These ones, there's... Sorry Cop, Apocalypse Cop, Deranged Superstar, Normal Cop, and yeah, and also the Wirral Unchained ones, just because that's what's happening in this area. I think.
How about an
I think I actually want to order this one.
For 7 real, I'll craft you a 13-sided die. Great. See you in 8 hours then. Was there anything else?
Can you order another die?
I'm sorry. I'm a bit overloaded just now, so I can only produce 1 die per customer.
That's fair. And the police ones. Isosahedral dice set. Sirens. These two 20-sided dice have the colours of police alarm, bloodstone for red, and lapis lazuli for blue. You roll them and squint your eyes, it looks like you're arriving in the scene. It's raining. Note. Look at the map in the journal to see which white checks have opened. Hey, was that originally tied to this? Mineral cargo container door. Wait, those got boosts from the dice? Maybe? Oh. Oh, that's interesting. The dice might have helped me with some text. That's... And also, precarious world. Temporary research bonus. All red checks fail. Oh. Seems like the point of this game is victory. The absence of defeat on all fronts. Victory in business ventures and creative undertakings. Victory in love and over other people. Political victory. Ideological victory. Hell, even the sexual victory. Definitely a lot of object-based victories too. Having things and not losing them. One problem though, not a lot of victors in sight. Everyone's mostly losing. Why is that? How do you not lose? Oh. That's a tough one. My date of birth. Maybe I actually should stop obsessing about... Maybe I should drop the homosexual underground, actually. Lonesome long... Nice, I'm not giving up that. I love that I got my shit together. Jamais Vu is good for EXP. Self-critique. This is a real good one, to be fair. White Morning. Hey, I don't lose that. I like my high perception. Obviously, learning Catherine Lemper and Shivers, I'm actually going to run a poll quick. No, it's not worth it. There's not enough of you here. It's either cop with the... Oh, frick, George! I'm supposed to be raiding you! Stop it! Thank you, hey-oh! I need to do the shouts out. I hope that works, and it's the exclamation mark SO. I'm just remembering all of my bloody commands, sorry. There we go. The fat controller is here. Okay. This is certainly a thing I've inflicted upon my audience. Good to hear. I wanted to drop in on that.
Hurt.
Me too, buddy.
James.
Me too, buddy. Anyway, I'm torn between... the thing is, I've got rigorous self-critique, so Cover the Apocalypse is kind of obsolete at this point. But Homosexual Underground, I think, is... If I lose it... It doesn't give me any benefits, but, like... There's a part of me that wants to just keep being very gay. You understand? I'm dropping Cop of the Apocalypse. it's a tough one. It's a tough choice, but I need to do Precarious World. That one seems rad. In 4 hours, I'll stop failing all of my red checks. That'll be good. Uh-oh. Wait, uh-oh. Wait, uh-oh, shivers. Uh-oh. 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 Okay, maybe I should... I'm gonna try to remove... I'm gonna just make sure all of my outfits aren't based on red for a bit, because, uh-oh. And... Let's just try and avoid anything that requires me to use my shivers for a bit. Like, for example, the mural that progresses the story, now I think about it. Uh-oh. I mean, maybe I can try and open the cargo container again. That'll be, something. It'll certainly be something. Hold on, I'm not in the right place, am I? Wait, I forgot there's just boots here. Come on, Kim, we gotta get out of this place. I feel like I've probably destroyed a small... Okay, so I'm fairly sure I've destroyed something...
This orange machine is dead.
By turning the ice cream crank, and I feel like I've been a dungus. Oh no. Okay. I do have a flat to investigate quick though. Come on, detective. Oh, hello. There's a dot. See you, Dot. Etched in the wood, barely visible. Remember the rest is lost to time. Sea breeze carries more salt. Meat. Not rotten, not fresh. Grilled. Oh yeah, she's not here now. There's a... Oh.
There it is again. There's a spectral scent haunting this pair, no doubt. And it smells like...
Oh, what is it?
Sea brine, mostly. Because it's a pair. Years of turmoil, of hopes and dreams, ground beneath the inexorable tides of capital.
Close your eyes and take a deep breath.
What do you smell? The first thing that strikes you is the overwhelming brine. You imagine yourself underwater, a 100-legged arthropod scuttling along the murky silt at the bottom of the sea. But then the unmistakable reek of seagull shit hits you, buoyed along on the air currents, an acrid melody atop mouldering cords of wood rot and heavy fuel oil.
Still smelling for communist, detective?
What makes you say that?
No offense, detective, but you're not particularly subtle.
The lieutenant's right. It's sort of amazing how unsubtly you're sniffing the air around you. Almost like you're trying to call attention to yourself.
I don't get enough failures in this game, and that's great.
What the lieutenant thinks is irrelevant. Your politico-olfactory cortex is lighting up like a holiday display. The scent of communism is overwhelming, and it's coming right from that balcony over there.
You mean from Cindy?
Certainement. A precocious communist youth, a symbol of a kinder, more hopeful future. Now's your chance to establish contact with your revolutionary brothers and sisters.
Oh, she definitely doesn't believe I'm a communist.
A chance to establish contact with the future. What a beautiful, terrible thought.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Kiss fruit and fuck the world send their best.
I don't believe it. I've never known those boys to have manners.
The bemusement in her voice doesn't fully mask genuine tenderness.
It did seem to hold you in high esteem.
They'll never be skulls, but their hearts are in the right place.
Those are cool. Can I be a skull?
Fat chance. but you can still do your part to revitalize the neighborhood.
Okay, how's that?
She throws you a conspiratorial glance, then presses her finger to her lips and squints up at the sky, as though straining to hear something in the distance.
Have you noticed the quiet? Every so often, you might hear a gunshot pierce the air somewhere in Jamrock. But in Martinez, no gunshots, no sirens. The people are languishing in boredom and complacency. This place is a sepulchre. We'll paint it red. We bring the raucous. You bring the sirens.
Fuck. Hey sister, let's talk politics.
And what do you know about politics?
I'm looking for comrades to help me fire at the Great Mazovian Sausage Grinder. Will you help me?
The girl erupts in a cackle that seems like it should belong to a much older woman.
Oh, that's very nice. The little piggy wants to make sausages. Out of what? His little piggy friends?
Alright, Kim, I'd never make you into a sausage.
It was not a concern of mine.
Lieutenant blinks once.
Sure. I know someone who'd love to talk that ideological stuff. You're looking for Steban.
Who's Steban?
A right communist who runs a mega cool and very secret meeting.
Does this Steban happen to go around in a white jacket?
He might.
Will you help me find him?
No.
She pretends to think about it for a moment. God damn, Cindy.
The lieutenant lets slip a sigh that seems to suggest this turn was utterly predictable.
Yes. Tell me what you want me to do.
A wicked grin extends across her face. A laughing skull. Death hilarious. This is gonna be bad.
Oink for me, piggy. Just once.
Come on, this is no way to treat your evolutionary brother.
Wrong! This is exactly how I treat my little brother.
Reluctantly, oink oink.
There, that wasn't so bad, was it?
The lieutenant, needless to say, is not
God
impressed.
Damn it.
Sounds like you're really serious about meeting Steban. It's touching. Sort of. Steban's group meets only at night. In an old room in these apartments here. It just so happens you're in luck. Their weekly meeting is tonight. Poke your snout around sometime after 10 p.m. and you might just find them.
Why do I feel there's a catch?
Oh, smart pig. Because there is. See, Steban's a bit on the paranoid side. He's got all these mega secret passphrases to keep out infiltrators and the like. You can't join the meeting without one.
Lieutenant clears his throat.
Not to interfere in your personal errand, but I wonder whether it might have something to do with that phrase Mañana mentioned overhearing.
Oh, right. Good thinking, Kim.
The lieutenant nods.
Guess this is what happens when two pigs put their heads together.
He seems slightly disappointed.
That's enough. Off with you then.
Makes a lazy shooing motion with her dangling. Catch you later, Cindy. Ah, dear. Well, I can attend Steban's meeting. Eventually. That'll be nice. Okay, so I'm gonna enter this apartment building just to remind myself for next time. But I think that's the end of today's stream. I've got stuff to do in this apartment block. Hopefully enough stuff that I can probably get back to the meeting before next time. But I'm tired and zonked and tired. This stream's gone on longer than I intended. Just a little, but you know, happens. Well, thank everyone for attending. Thank the raid and thank and the how do brains? People have brains, right? I do thank you everyone for being here, and Thank you all. I'm going straight to flipping bed after this. I need to be unconscious as soon as possible at this point. Check in who I can raid into. Love it. I think I'm just gonna do Pank for sake of not brain. Pank is squid. Pank is squid. You've all been in a raid from me to Pank before, I'm fairly sure. Squid nice. They squib. Cookie goes squid. Cookie goes squid. I'm melting. I am. Again, I'm just zonked as hell. I'll send you to the Pank. Behind the rest of the Pank tops is the... Oh yeah, I have emotes. Have I never mentioned my emotes? I made them. Or my friend made them. It's hard to keep track. Which ones were made by the whom? I've created art. This is what you live with. They're all, I think, all but the muscles are currently follower emotes. I've tried to keep things that get use in for free. As I will eventually run out of slots and have to make some of them paid, but that's Twitch for you. Thank you. I stream Wednesday, Friday, 8 PM. I'm bye.